It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Monday, July 13th, 2026. Thank you for joining me today. I have a hell of a lot to talk about, a lot to get to. So I'm going to pretty much get past the preamble right now and just get right into it. There's a lot to cover, pretty much save for some of the more partisan kind of buzz talking points. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. We're going to pretty much talk about what I think are most of the large conversations swirling around today. And I'm even going to briefly touch on something that pertains to Lindsey Graham that's not about Lindsey Graham or McConnell or any of these conversations that I'm not suggesting are not important, especially if something turns out to be kind of what people are theorizing about. They could be very important. I just find in this moment, when it's still up in the air, there's a lot more that we should be focusing on. And I sense that there's parts of that are being used to try to distract and get you kind of diving down the wrong rabbit holes. But we have a lot to talk about today. So I'm going to, as the title just demonstrates, an important additional part to the data center point flock cameras, Israel, Iran, a lot to talk about. So I want to start with one thing to shout out again that I'm going to continue to remind you of as we get closer. July 24th. I think I might have said the 25th on an interview that was out, but the 24th in it's listed as Nashville since that's the larger, greater area, but Franklin, within the greater Nashville area, Deanne's Gallery, we're going to be doing the activation tour arm of his larger tour in Franklin. I'll be hosting this one. It should be a great event. And we're flirting with the idea of potentially overlapping with another protest. Because every time we've done this, the last time we did this in Franklin, we did sort of the activation tour, and then we did hit the action arm of it where we go out and do some kind of a protest or clean up a beach or something like that. It's different in every one of them. We were discussing just briefly about whether or not we want to try to do something around a data center, a protest around one of the ones that are 30 minutes from, or give or take, depending on where you are, like say Nashville. So about 30 minutes from Nashville. And this is one of the largest in the country. And it's insane. We're going to get into the picture I chose today and more about the data centers when we get past this. But I just want to make sure that if anyone in the area, anyone close enough to drive, if you support TLAV, come out and support this. If you support Derek independently, come out and support this. If you support the work we do together, come out and support this. If you know nothing about us, come out and support this, because it's going to be a good event. And you know Derek. You know the kind of things he puts on and the way he does it. This will be profound. It'll be important. It won't just be all politics. It's about the bigger holistic picture of what we're dealing with, but definitely also politics. But make sure you check us out. Make sure you reach out to me if you want information, but just show up. Yeah, it's free to get in. There's no restrictions, because that's how I think these things should be. And, tune in here, and Derek and also we'll be discussing that night what we might be doing the following day, or maybe that night, depending on, actually, no, I believe this goes later. So if it will be most likely the next day, but come on guys, show up for TLAB, show up for Derek. Let's get hundreds of people in the streets, even though that's probably, well, I'll leave it there. The whole point would be to make that, let's get more people there than we expect. That would be great, because, Derek deserves this. The work he puts into this stuff, the how much he cares about what he does. It's unparalleled as far as I'm concerned in this field. So make sure you come out and check us out. Now, to get into some starting points that I wanted to share, this one is not connected to really anything else. I just wanted to make sure you saw this. I saw it right before I went live. I just thought that was interesting. Censorship, Twitter, any platform really, I think, that has an interest in, sidling up next to the power structure. She reached out to me today and said, only verified accounts can reply to you on this platform. I'm pretty sure it's not coming from you. Just to make sure it's out there, I did comment below this. It's not coming from me. That's insane to me. The idea that would even be a thing that you would ask to happen. Why would you only want, there's a reason somebody doesn't want to engage with certain people. That's not what we do. I want engagement with anybody who has a genuine concern and conversation, not just attacks. But even that, it's open to anybody. But why that's suddenly happening on this platform, I find strange. If you have any insight on that, let me know. If you know how I can turn that off, something I think that's very strange. But I just said every day this platform is suppressing honest, objective, nonpartisan media. And it's every single day right in front of us. This, I just think, is some sort of a small additional thing that if it is activated, I certainly didn't do that. And I just think that's weird. So that means tons of people out there. And if you remember the way this started, the whole blue check thing was the conversation that after we were flirting with getting let back on when Elon took over. And I simply said, as sort of an experimental direction, because we didn't know how it was going to go. If I get let back on, which I thought wasn't going to happen, I'll engage with the process. And that's only if it's not asking for new information. I was very clear about that. And then it happened and I signed up for it. They didn't ask for anything new. And since then, I've said this every time. I have never, other than the first time it happened, I don't think I've ever gotten charged for it, which I don't know how to explain that. So I find that I think there's some kind of a weird overlap between the other ones I was using because I was being censored and it wasn't some kind of circumvention thing other than the old platform that was censoring me and they let me back on, demonstrating it was wrong that it happened. The point, though, is that since then, they sort of became the acknowledged point that why are we going to continue to engage with this platform if that's what they're doing? So at this point, I wouldn't sign up and there's no point in removing it, if you get what I'm saying. But either way, the point would be that tons of people who support this platform and watch this show didn't do that, which means probably most of the audience on this platform is not able to engage with me. It's just stupid. And I reach out, let me know, criticize if that's the case. Now, that all aside, getting into some things to start from the actual show today, couple quick points on health before we get into the next section. Oh, and actually, just since I didn't really preamble, I just kind of wrote we have a lot to talk about today. Endangered species discussion from Donald Trump's administration, just more direction, which we'll get into here to start. U.S.-Israeli merger now just blatantly being called that by Netanyahu himself. I'm sure you've all seen the clip. We all know what this was. It's insane to me that he can go on Fox News and just openly frame it as a merger between the two militaries. That's not how they're supposed to say that, because that is not how that's supposed to work. Any two governments, that's crazy. We'll talk about that. Settlers in Rokana, I'm sure you've seen in the Israel conversation, just the reality of what Israel is. Trump corruption, it's insanely obvious. Crypto and everything else. There's more points to talk about in there with the IRS, with the slush fund, flock cameras, data centers. We're going to follow up on more of those. And one important point within the water, right? The idea that we'll get into it, but these are choices they're making. They don't need to be consuming insane amounts of fresh water. Do you know why they are? Because it would cost more for them to use water we don't want to drink, because it will cause corrosion and all the different things on there. We'll go right into this. And I find that's, exactly where we are right now. That they know that, and they know our concerns, and they're choosing. Now it's starting to fluctuate the other way, or rather just they're starting to lean, some will try our best. We'll get into I don't think it's going to happen. They're appeasing us, but we'll get into ICE, AI, and Palantir and the overlap of that same conversation as it pertains to them with some new points. Iran, Israel, potential false flags, because this is a very real moment in history where Israel almost always steps in to do this. And the reason I framed it that way today is because it appears they've already taken place based on what we've already thought, that Israel is bombing some of these other countries to make it look like it's Iran, even though Iran has every right to be doing that. At least that's the allegation. But I'm talking about the impending potential of what they may do here. And it really worries me. And this is not some kind of baseless concern. We'll talk about the Strait of Hormuz and the oil, Lebanon, Syria, Al-Qaeda, and plenty more. So on health, Bonnie Hari, the food babe on Twitter, said, and this is a really good, I'm glad to see something like this, because right now there's a lot of conversation about, I wouldn't call it black-pilled in the sense, if you don't know, it means simply, what we were called unjustly for calling out where we are today before 2024 or 2025, was that ultimately it means that you've given up. It's a simple way to put it. Look, there might be a world in which that is the way to look at it. I don't think that's where we are. That if you're just like, well, they already did it, it's too late. We don't have any way to speak. That if that was the situation, it wouldn't be wrong to call it that. I just don't think that's where we are. We think we're far from that, quite frankly. The point in this is that there's a lot of conversation that flirts with that, where, why are we even fighting this? Because it's too far too gone, or that so many people are lost. And my point about the two-party illusion. And again, it's my opinion, but it's based on evidence. But it's my opinion that I think if it's not the majority, a hugely momentum is around the awareness of what these parties are, around what, at the very least right now, conservatives seeing what the fake MAGA movement was, not the real version of them, even if you disagree with what they fought for, but the fake version in the government and the fake media people around them that don't care about what MAGA was promised. They just pretend they're still doing those things. My point is that people get in this mindset that, nobody sees it. We're so lost. Maybe, But I think things like this show you that's not the case, which is in this case around processed foods and health. Despite what the government is doing and using the Maha movement, faking to do it, the same way with MAGA, there's still people in the government that pretend they're doing it. The truth is the real Maha movement has been calling them out for a long time now. That's why you don't hear much about it. Same thing with MAGA is happening. But in this case, what it shows you is that despite the push, and we'll get into what Trump's administration is doing despite their promises with this very category in food and pesticides and glyphosate, is that people are still pulling away from it. It shows you there's a momentum in the underlying population that's not being represented in the actions of the government. They clearly feigned this because they knew we wanted it, just like they're feigning America and liberty and freedom, but not delivering because the government doesn't want that, but they know we do. So they want to promise what we want and give you something different in hopes that you pretend that's what you got and hope that the fake new media steps in and goes, oh my God, this new liberty, freedom, technocracy is amazing. That's what you'll get. My point here, as I'll read her tweet, the numbers are in. Processed food is dying a slow death and big food is crumbling. Now, I don't know if I feel that it's crumbling, but I agree with their sentiment, and I think this is the way it's going. There's a massive shift happening. Look at how much processed food companies have lost in value in the last 22 months. Now, fake MAGA will try to pretend that this is because of what Trump's been doing. And now it may have an effect. At least the feigned direction will probably even have some effect. I think this is what people really wanted. I don't think they're truly following through with it. Stock value lost since August 2024. Campbell's down 54%. Conagra, not familiar, but down 54%. Oh, Boyardee, Slim Jim, terrible stuff. Now, it may taste good, but it's horrible for you. GMOs, toxics, the plastics and just horrible stuff. Now, and just so you know, for those that always claim that this is all you can afford, you're wrong. The truth is that if you eat healthy and actually buy whole foods, it costs way less. It's always been a myth. But if you don't want to cook and put in the work, I get that. That's a choice, but then don't complain about being unhealthy. General Mills down 47.6%. Kraft, 29%. These are huge companies. Now, you could argue, too, that there might be an overlap with the economy, right? But I generally still think this is a positive. Lamb Weston, McDonald's, frozen fries, 25%. You get it. Pepsi, almost 20%. These are good indicators that people are starting to, one, go in a positive health direction, at least as I see it, and two, see beyond the propaganda. It's a good sign, guys. Now, New York Times wrote this article, Trump ending, hold on. I think I put this in the wrong spot. First, before we get to that endangered species point, I do feel is relevant to sort of the Maha direction. Maha food agenda undermined by Trump administration policies, right? Because so what you might hear from some of them is, but they're helping, Maha's doing all of that. That's why those things are happening. I don't agree. As this wrote in Forbes in June 16th, recently, their own agenda is clearly undermined by their own policies, which if you're paying attention, you already see. The Maha movement's food agenda, the real people, not what they ultimately did and claim, or what they ultimately did, but what the people ultimately wanted was, which was at least pretended, feigned to be spearheaded by RFK Jr., or maybe he really did, but for some reason he's not able to, is being undermined by certain Trump administration policies. Environmental contaminants in agriculture identified by the Maha movement themselves as detrimental to the food supply have largely been deregulated. As you know, many of them, as I'll show you some of the articles we wanted. Glyphosate is an obvious example. Things that were, as it writes right here, highlighted by RFK Jr. The deregulation of environmental hazards, glyphosate is one such chemical that Kennedy has long criticized the use of. Okay, that explained to me why Trump makes it a national security imperative. Well, because they're dishonest. Maybe RFK fought and we don't get to see that. I don't know. The truth is, it didn't happen. And RFK didn't scream about it. That's all you need to know, guys. I mean, I shouldn't say in an all-encompassing sense, but as it pertains to this topic, what else you really need to know? Then it goes on to say, pesticides and other contaminants have mostly been deregulated, which is a huge factor for even what RFK was saying before this. The deregulation of environmental hazards in agriculture goes against what Kennedy said in a campaign rally in 2024 for what Donald Trump was going to do. You can't get much more clear than that, guys. That's business instead of your health, which was always going to be the reality because that's who Trump is. He just knew that he could use RFK and frame these things and sell you on certain narratives and scream freedom in America, and certain people would fall for it. Glyphosate is one such chemical. Glyphosate is cited in the Maha report that they put out as a major contributor in the rise of chronic disease. It is a substance that may cause serious health problems, including cancer. Absolutely. And then Trump made it a national security imperative, despite its health risks. And it says there's been considerable tension between MAHA and the U.S. EPA over the continued widespread use and production of glyphosate. Specifically, no on food safety. MAHA objectives appear at odds with EPA Director Zeldin's decisions related to glyphosate, or in general, for that matter. I just talked about new pesticides they were using. Zeldin doesn't want to further regulate herbicide. Why? Because they have major connections with larger companies that connect through. I mean, it's just the industry. These people are pretending to care about what you want so they can get what they want done. That might as well be the definition of politics. So on top of that, Trump ending decades of protection opens wild habitats to drilling and mining. Now, some people may not care about that. I mean, frankly, it's on the larger scale of what's going on right now. It may be a lower thing for everybody, but we're still talking about things that matter in a global sense in regard to the environment. Caring about the environment is not some woke mindset. Making it about something that's not real is in that category, but understanding that what they're doing is destroying the earth that you live on is not a crazy thing to consider. It's just not about what they want to make it about. But in this case, this is, whatever you think about this is something that's changing longstanding policy for one reason: profit, for money, for, I guess the general category of money, profit, control, but money, I think, is the largest point here. The Trump administration on Friday moved to open the habitats of imperiled animals to farming, drilling, mining, real estate development. I mean, think about it, just real estate. Why would that even be something so people can make money? Who cares about those animals that are dying because of our other policies? Now, again, you may not care about animals. I don't even know why I have to qualify that. Doesn't it seem disgusting that people would just disregard living creatures because of what they want? Yeah, it should. And if you feel otherwise, then maybe you shouldn't be watching this show. Drilling, mining, real estate development, and other activities in what environmentalists characterized as the most severe erosion of protections for wildlife in half a century. It did so by recasting a single word. And this is so relevant, even if you don't care about this conversation. Harm. They simply reimagined the word and its meaning. And see, this is how this is how the whole legal system works, where you have words that have very clear definitions, but when you look at the legal definition, you go, weird. Wonder, why is that word so different than what it means in our regular dictionary? Because they've bastardized it. They've used it. They've altered it. They've bent it to use what they want. In this case, the word harm no longer really means harm. It just means death. The Supreme Court upheld an interpretation in 1995, ruling against property owners who argued that harm should only mean when they were directly killed or injuring an animal specifically. But like, for example, cutting down an entire forest they live in. Well, if we just shuffle them to the side, they'll be okay. That's what they're doing. I'm sure they won't survive if you cut down their environment, but this is how they alter the reality. Now, if you care or don't care, there's a legal principle here that still matters. But on Friday, the Interior Department of the Commerce Department announced a final rule that rescinded this longstanding interpretation. Under the rule, destroying an entire species habitat or a nest would no longer be illegal. Because of course they can just destroy their nest and habitat. I'm sure they would be just fine. I mean, it's just deliberately dishonest, guys. And if your argument was we shouldn't care about these lives over ours, at least there's logic to that. This is just manipulation. It's what they do. And I'm not talking about one party or the other, ladies and gentlemen. Now, FDA walks back food dyes is one conversation. Trump's new WHO and global organization that's building out, but the glyphosate article as well, and plenty of others we've already talked about. I just want to make sure we see where that goes. And I could have combined that with the corruption part from today, but the health part of that should matter because there was an entire base of promises that were laid out around that idea, and they have not just ignored it, they've gone the other direction with almost every single one of them. Reduced the food dyes, forced glyphosate, given you the shots, and we're supposed to pretend like they mean what they say anywhere else? I mean, it's just they're literally willing to sell their grandmother for a nickel if they get what they want from it, guys. Now, let's talk about an overlap with Lindsey Graham. I mean, because frankly, I'm not going to go through the whole rigmarole and the idea. He's a terrible person. If we're afraid to say that he was a monster, then you're not being honest with yourself. You can sit there and mourn him all you want. I don't care. I don't even care unless it comes out about the reality that there was something behind this, whether it was Russia or Israel or whatever else. That matters. But I'm not going to play this game where it's up in the air and act like that's what we should talk about because I disagree. And I think people, putting out broad assumptions based on what they think and not necessarily evidence, that's irresponsible in a sense that it's not just like we could sit here and discuss, is it possible that Israel or Russia? That's not irresponsible, but there are people out there that are making it as a bigger case. without the evidence. And I just find that to be, for clicks, for engagement, and also for the idea that it's popular. But either way, it matters. I'm not trying to say it doesn't. My point in saying all of that is that I'm not going to go into the possibilities and all that until we have more to go on. I wanted to highlight this in the light of that happening with Lindsey Graham weirdly passing away, which seems to be heart related, which is probably because he took a shot. I just, who knows? I want to go over the weirdness of a few different things around Donald Trump, his administration. And this one starts with Graham, but plenty of others just simply saying what they thought about Trump. And you've seen these before. But I think it's important to think about now, even though we've already seen them. I mean, you can go down the list of everybody. Vance, Cruz, Rubio, all of them are on the record going, Trump is a moron. He's a stupid person. He's dishonest. He's corrupt. Literally. And I don't know why that doesn't matter. And I think that's the point here again today is that whether or not you think they were just saying it because they thought it would give them, it means even if they don't hate him and they were saying it then because it would give them points, they were lying to you. So they would get some points. And that's the point. Whatever they actually think, they'll say anything so they gain from it. So whether they support Trump now because they always did, or they're only doing it now because they feel like they're gaining from it, it shows you these people will blow with the wind. And that's important to understand while they're driving this country to war.
Words for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy.
Whatever he does, he accuses everyone else of doing. The man cannot tell the truth, but he combines it with being a narcissist. A narcissist at a level I don't think this country's ever seen.
And my concern is that he would grab up that power.
Hardly. I think they're all in the same category.
And really treat the country as sort of his little bully fiefdom.
Donald Trump is everything I taught my children not to do in kindergarten.
He's been exploiting working Americans for 40 years.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
He says he's for the little guy, but he's actually built a lot of his businesses on the backs of the little guy.
Donald Trump the other day said that, quote, if he tells a soldier to commit a war crime, the soldier will just go do it.
And I don't think Donald Trump has even read the Constitution, knows what's in the Constitution.
A toxic mix of demagoguery and mean-spiritedness and nonsense.
I honestly don't think most of them even believe what they're saying. I think it's because they recognize he was unpopular at a moment where they could exploit it. I mean, I shouldn't say that, though. It could be right down the middle. I think a lot of them actually do hate each other. But it's not about that. It's about power. It's about control over your life.
Cannot support Donald Trump.
Donald Trump is a delusional narcissist and an orange-faced windbag.
Donald Trump is a con artist.
He doesn't know the difference between truth and lies. He lies practically every word that comes out of his mouth.
I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office.
Right. As someone says in the chat, everyone out there in this video criticizing him are also monsters and also war criminals. We've covered this for a very long time. These people are all part of the same things. So whether they do or not is not the point, is it? It's about how they're willing to say whatever they need to say to get what they want in that moment. It's as simple as that. They're just bad people, guys. And this is what the world is beginning. I mean, the world has become aware of that. Americans are truly starting to understand, not just that they're wishy-washy politicians that will lie, but they're much, much darker than that. And this is not about something, I mean, it's just the way to frame it, guys. We're talking about people who will openly advocate for genocide. I don't care what group you're in. I don't care where you stand. I don't care what country you're from or your religion or your skin color. If you stand there and tell us that this is okay, you are a bad person and should be called for that. Not just bad, not just criminal, evil, guys. We're talking about people that are, if you've, whether religious or not, to a level that is beyond good and bad. You are watching and funding and cheering on and then gaslighting a genocide, then standing there and telling us that you are doing good. I don't know what else you call that. On that point, though, talking about Lindsey Graham and part of that category, what I always think is so disgusting in the left-right paradigm, and I'm talking about the people who are part of the team sport game, which I don't believe is the majority anymore. You get this kind of fake, pearl clutching or whatever you want to call it, or whether fake or not, because I do think some of them actually don't even see it in themselves, where this is you calling them out. Spitfire says, after what Mueller put this country through for absolutely no reason, good riddance. And so here's Anna Kasparian saying, good riddance to Lindsey Graham. I hope karma reaches her quickly. And you get this kind of point where you get, or different kind of examples like this. Joey Marinino, excuse me. Manarino. How do you say that? Anyway, Trump just said he doesn't feel sorry for Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis. This is the right answer. F Joe Biden, F his prostate, right? Which, good, you can say whatever you want, guys. It's free speech. The idea that you shouldn't be able to do that, it's just so weird that the very people that defend free speech on both sides will come out and go, how dare you? And look, you could make a point about decorum, but it depends on the circumstances and also depends on the quality of the person. But Laura Loomer, Joe Biden sent January 6th to prison, detained them with, blah, 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 Biden prison for whatever, cheering on the negativity, right? But you've seen this. Joe Biden got cancer, good, that kind of thing. So Billy says, when Joe Biden got cancer, Republicans prayed. Well, he just gave you like 7 examples of how that's not true, and they're all million-follower accounts. But when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Democrats celebrated. Well, that's also not true. Some did. Some people yelled. Some people said decorum. It's just this game they play every time. I think most people are aware of it, and it becomes obnoxious. But this was what happens. We are not the same. Yeah, you know what? You are not the same as average Americans. All you team sport politics players on either side are exactly the same, with a slightly different lens, but you are the same kind of person. And I show you every day. But it's frustrating, isn't it, that they play this game of like reverence every time when they're not even really caring about it? On Lindsey Graham's point, Haaretz comes out. Haaretz, Israeli newspaper, and says, Lindsey Graham's death leaves Israel without a clear voice in Trump's ear. I agree with James Lee. So are they just openly admitting that he was basically a mole for Israel? I mean, look at what he has been doing. I'm not going to say I can prove that it was a mole in the sense that he was like planted or manipulated, but it's clear he was very, very pro-Israel over the U.S. So it's a fair point to ask whether that's so, because Haaretz has been pretty critical. Is this supposed to insinuate that? You can ask yourself, but understand these people were wildly pro-Israel if they were ever even pro-America, but Israel first for these people. And that's what Americans are starting to understand. Now, this is a weird point that I wanted to make. You probably already saw it. First, Trump recommended Lindsey Graham's sister, not a politician, his sister, for interim senator for South Carolina. There's tons of other people who are political, and I'm not advocating for. I don't want any of these people. I want none of them to even exist. The point, though, is if you're trying to look through this logically, there's tons of people politically oriented with that situation who they could just shuttle into place. Ask yourself why you would choose his sister, and first of all, it's because there's no other family. I guarantee you if it was his son or something like that, it'd be the same thing. Now, you should be uncomfortable about that because this is not the British royal family. This doesn't make any sense unless you realize where we actually are, which I'll read this really quickly, which is that there is no such thing to these people as democracy. They do what they want. It's the same reason you get Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela, because democracy? No, they chose to put her there. There was no election. They screamed democracy the entire time, and they still do. Because they either think we're too stupid to recognize that's not what it is, not that we should even want mob rule democracy or government in general, but they either think we're too stupid or they don't care. Donald Trump on Monday urged South Carolina's governor to appoint late Republican Senator Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene Graham Nordun, to fill his Senate seat through the rest of the year. His death was the result, they claim, of aortic dissection due to arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease. I mean, I'm not, it doesn't always have to be connected to that, but these people claim they took one of these shots that literally lead to stuff just like that. That should be a consideration. This would be a fabulous tribute to Lindsey, who loved her dearly. A tribute? What is this, a basketball team? What are we talking about? Senator Tim Scott also logged the support for Graham. I mean, guys, this is just a slap in the face. It really is. So much for democracy. These people truly believe they are a special class. Almost like what would happen with a royal bloodline. And you know what? There's some real conversation to be had about that. The most royal, what's the term for that? There was somebody did an investigation on this a long time ago. Some girl got a lot of attention for doing a report in school. And you can look it up. It's not secret, even though everyone seems to disregard it, that almost every president in history connects back to a few bloodlines. It's not secret. When Trump and Hillary were running, they were the only two that ultimately connected back to those bloodlines. And guess what? Those two ended up on stage. You could always disregard this, but it's not a factually incorrect statement. And so it's weird to me that we see more of that. I think they see themselves as some kind of elite class. You could decide for yourself. I find that insane. Now, on top of that, others are pushing for Nikki Haley. Owen makes a point here. The scripts went from network news to Twitter. I think he's right. I think we all see that. This is just the new, they recognized the independent media was gaining too much traction. So they tried and are trying to take over podcasts and social media. They're just bullying their way in with this new media. And it is the mainstream, guys, what it is. Frankly, I think Owen might be a part of it. It's easy to see once you start it. Alex says, Lindsey Graham just passed away and influencers, in quotes, are already promoting Nikki Haley to replace him using the same exact language. Seems organic, right? Vince Langman, identical framing. It's not a secret. Guys, they are paid manipulators in most cases. And that's not even like a personal opinion. They have been caught in all these different circles of people getting influenced or bugged, or 7,000 from Israel. Now, saying that about Owen, I'm kind of being facetious. He did break away from them, but we should question that for sure, just like you should question it about me. I mean, I wouldn't point to it if I didn't at least consider his opinion to be accurate, but I just think we should be very, very cautious about the way this, even from a third level to this possible illusion. Now, here's just a clip of Lindsey Graham going through and telling you what a great person he was and how much he cared about human life.
So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need.
That's after, of course, they were already retreating, and you can prove that today. So you can decide for yourself whether it was about just seeing what happened or whether it was about scaring anybody else. Either way, easily identified. You could prove it to yourself if you actually care, and I've done it on this show. They were in retreat, and they did it anyway. This is the person we're talking about.
To end the war they can't afford to lose and work with them to minimize casualties. Well, can I say this? Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay.
I'm sure people can educate themselves on the reality of World War II.
To Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
God. Now, this guy... anyway, it's not even worth talking about this guy. I want to play one actually thing back. I forgot about this clip. I had it in that shot. To the people talking about putting his sister in place. I just think, I think it's kind of funny, but let's listen to what he says, and I'll point out the funny part.
Today, under the law, it's my duty and honor to name someone to serve in the place of this irresistible man.
Oh, this irresistible.
This irreplaceable man.
Oops. Old man misread the statement. Let's just play it off like he meant irresistible after he's dead. Good God, man. Correct yourself. Be like, my mistake. I meant, these people are shameless, guys. I mean, just think about the weirdness of calling him irresistible after nobody even smirked. They're a bunch of soulless people.
This extraordinary man.
Maybe that one guy back
for the
there.
remainder of his term. Lindsey took care of his little sister in years long departed. It's my honor to ask his little sister, Darlene Graham, to finish.
Aristocrats, my honor to establish the new leader of the South. I mean, these people are just, that's a very pert joke. I'm making a joke, really, but there's a class thing here for these people. Either way, the bottom line, I'm willing to argue that the reason that she's being pointed to is because she has certain opinions that they want carried forward. I think that is a very, very clear thing that they're doing there. That should anybody who cares about the reality of even what they claim they think they believe in, we should be calling this stuff out. And this lists off a bunch of other points he said as well. 2022, somebody should take out Putin. You see, think about saying a thing like that. And if this was in fact some kind of an assassination, which I don't think is verified at this point, it's a bunch of speculation. It's, or Iran, for any of these people, like you've been murdering and cheering on the death of their families. It's not about saying good or bad or agree or not. It's about understanding why it might take place for that reason. Are we going to pretend that if this happened to people, if they had killed the Pope and then murdered Trump's family, you don't think he would have flattened this whole country to the ground? I mean, my God, we have to understand who these people are. 2023, Russians are, and that's, by the way, why, in my opinion, Iran has not done anything inside the United States, despite having the legal reality to do so. Thank God they haven't done that. Russians are dying, best money ever spent, he said, 2023. Gaza should be flattened, he said in 2023. 2024, this is a Hiroshima, Nagasaki on steroids. Same thing, saying do it, use what they did in World War II. We're killing all the right people, he said in 2025. 2026, we will obliterate them over the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, real good man. So Laura Loomer comes out and says this about Graham. 5 days ago, Senator Graham posted about how the IRGC threatened to assassinate him, which, by the way, probably because they're all murdering their families. But regardless, I don't think it's in their interest to do so. It would not surprise me if they did. I just don't think it's in. I think the very reason that Trump and the rest do what they do is because they know Iran is not what they claim they are. Right? If they had nukes and were willing to murder everybody they could, do you really think they would keep doing what they're doing the way they're doing it? It just, I mean, I think the whole point is that they're calling their bluff in a sense, right? They know they're going to keep pushing because Iran is not going to up the ante. At least they believe that. At some point that might break. But that's just my personal reading on it. It's hard to say, but historically, just say April to this point, it's very clear that they have continued to show restraint and very clear that they have continued to play this politically. But continuing, it says, they threatened to assassinate me and President Trump as well with matching posters. No, what you're pointing to, you absolute child, is a bunch of random people protesting with posters of the monsters in the other part of the world that they knew were killing innocent people in Iran. But to pretend that these were all government coordinated is your opinion. Again, it wouldn't surprise me, just like we can point to a lot of things this administration have done doing that to people in Iran. Literally the same thing. These people, it's exactly what you get from people like Laura. She'll sit there and call for the death of anybody, but if you simply insinuate that she should have anything bad happen to her, she will cry like a child, and she will scream about how you're threatening her and my life is being ruined because she's a child. The point is that these people came out and said these things because, one, especially from our perspective, they have every right to say those things. Doesn't mean that there's a crime taking place, but the idea that we took that seriously, and we'll get to in a second. Actually, I'll see if I can grab it real quick. Oh, I forget where I put that. No, I think it's further down. Wall Street Journal. It already came out that inside the administration, they also agreed that the threats weren't even accurate. Surprise, surprise. Israel's claim was false. Wow, that's shocking. Goes on. President Trump goes on to say, now Senator Graham is dead 1 day after returning from Ukraine. Russia sent a delegation to his funeral while in Ukraine. And by the way, so what she's saying is Iran, because that works for her interest. Right? Because Ukraine, Israel, they don't want to talk there because she knows that Ukraine is involved with Israel and it's basically the same thing at this point. So with the U.S. and Azov movement. So she wants to not make it about Ukraine and Russia. You know, this is where it goes, in my opinion. While in Ukraine, Senator Graham spoke about sanctioning Russia. Recently, Russia threatened to supply with nuclear weapons. This doesn't feel like a coincidence. So, excellent point by Harrison. In fact, one of the best points I think about this conversation, he goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you suggesting that a foreign power might have killed our civilian leadership? Who would do that? Who would normalize using assassination as a tool of war? Do you have any leads as to who could have started such an insane and dangerous? You obviously, I mean, this is how easy it is to call out the shocking level of either stupidity or hypocrisy of people like Laura Loomer. If you really pushed it, she would make the case that it's okay because those are Muslims and they're bad. That's what she goes to. That is where her logic takes her, if you want to call it that. What he's saying, in case you missed the point, was that is what the U.S. and Israel did. They targeted, and I'm talking levels upon levels of innocent people, whether we're talking about people that like Khamenei as the Pope relation, or innocent Iranians on the ground, or innocent people in Beirut on the ground, or the levels of people within the civilian leadership. Just because they called it all evil Iranians, this is the point, guys. And look, you may even agree with that. The point he's making is that, well, they did that. So why is it wrong for them to at least even insinuate the same thing in response? Because of what I just said. It's all good when they do it. It's all wrong when anybody else even points to it because these people are hypocrites. Now, talking about the merger, which is where this really goes and what I think people like Laura are desperately trying to advocate for without saying it, is the ongoing, I guess, occupation, if you will, and overtaking of this country by the obvious interest of Israel and Zionist agenda. It's not secret. Now, we were at a point before this when we were telling people because I thought the facts back this up. And of course, as a lot of people well before me have been, censored and attacked and just for pointing to the obvious. Now we're at a point where it is on the central conversation. It is being forced into your mind. I could say from the partisan side of it about somehow necessary for, in one way, stopping funding to Israel. See, we hear you, which is what they always do. It's not what's actually going to happen. But the game is to try to make this about anything other than the reality. But at a time when most Americans are going, my God, Israel is jamming itself into this country in a way that will never be removed, they come out and go, hey, let's merge our militaries. And that's, again, the opposite of what was originally framed by this. Now, we covered this on June 3rd, and again, well before this, as we say in this discussion, new NDAA further integrates the U.S. and Israeli militaries. And I'm glad it's getting a lot of attention. But some people are seeing it just now and sort of framing it as a breaking story. It's what happens in this field, or in the bad side of it on social media. But I'm glad it's being pointed to. Like this, even there was a new part of it on May, in fact, which is not new. It's June, right? But nonetheless, it's still important that we're seeing that. We have the Senate version of it, we have the House version, and it's all passing, right? Republicans on either side. And the reality is, I think it's going to, regardless of what we want. But as Joe Kent says, who just had an interview, by the way, with Matt Agrist and Jason Bassler on the Free Thought Project, this week the Senate will vote to merge our military's most sensitive and secretive capabilities with Israel. I just don't even understand how this can be so publicly discussed. I take it back. We all see it. That's what I actually think. I think nobody is confused about this, and you have people that support it or don't. Even though it's like a vaccine conversation. It's like a data center flop camera conversation. We could have 90% of this country walk up to the, hypothetical local county meeting and go in there, go, we don't want this. And they'll go, okay, and then do it anyway. It's the same thing no matter what level you're looking at, guys. These people don't seem to care about us. This merger is buried within the massive NDAA that they're hoping you won't notice, but everybody already does. This has been at the top of the conversation for weeks now. Merging our military with a foreign country is a treasonous betrayal of our sovereignty. How do we not see this as the U.S. being taken over by Israel? I just don't even understand how it can be seen any other way with what we have been seeing this entire time. The merger is buried within the massive NDAA. Merging our military is a betrayal. Call your senators, and tell them to vote no on the NDAA, which I don't think they care what you do. Tell them they'll never support merging our military with a foreign nation. Yeah, I agree with them. I just don't think they care. The Senate switchboard number is right there for you. Here's what Chris Menahan shared on Fox News. Netanyahu just brazenly saying this, that we need to merge our militaries. And on top of that, reasoning, because, funding. Well, you understand that once they merge, it's not about not getting funding. They have access to all the funding. It just no longer goes on the data, on the sheet as Israel funding. You don't see how obvious that is? And this is what they always do. Oh, Smith-Mundt Act, right? Like we're spying. Okay, we'll modernize that act. And now it's okay, right? We made it legal to do the thing we were fighting. No, you can't do that. Well, too late. We did it already. Smith-Mundt Modernization Act was not changing anything. They just legalized what they claimed they weren't supposed to do. Water Powers Act. This is what they do. They make it legal what we were pushing back against, and they look at you like they solved the problem.
Prime Minister, do you have a timeline by which you would like to see that U.S. foreign aid down to zero?
Yes, it's military aid, actually. We were talking about beginning it this year and going for 10 years, but we might shorten it. And that was something, by the way, that I did when I was first elected and came to Congress. We had financial, not military support, but financial aid to Israel. And I said on my first speech before the joint session of Congress that we're going to bring it down to zero. And we did that in 10 years. Every year went down until it finally disappeared. We could talk about that model. We're talking about that with the administration right now.
Well, Prime Minister, will that drawing down of foreign aid from the United States to Israel be compensated by the proposal to have a merging of some sort between our Pentagon and your military?
Yeah, I'm calling it from aid to partnership. So we take away the money that is given to Israel, which is one part, but the other part is we co-invest in equal measures in the new technologies that are needed to give our military and your military the advantage. So there are some unbelievable projects. So we invest jointly and take the fruits equally. You move from aid to partnership, and I think that represents what Israel is. And remember, the other thing is that we share with America unbelievable intelligence to save American life. General Keegan has said that when he was working in American intelligence, what Israel was giving the United States was worth, he said, 5 CIAs. Now, I'm not trying to be mathematically exact, but Israel's contributions to America's defense are important. Our technology is incredible. And since yours is incredible too, and your the great champion of liberty and free markets. I think the meshing of our two great countries of talent would strengthen.
So they're not even attempting to hide this anymore. They're openly trying to sell you on the merger of the two countries. I mean, it's almost like they're just literally admitting what we've always been telling you. No matter which way you look at this, it's just over the top. And I want you to think about what he said, the liberty and freedom. I mean, guys, these are the two groups leading and supported by most of the West, leading genocidal efforts in Lebanon, in Syria, in Gaza. And they're the ones that are going to guide us to the future of liberty. There's other comments I was going to make there, but I was dealing with some kind of a weird issue with, I had to open a new window on a different browser to be able to add more videos. Who knows why? So I'll let you make the determinations you will. There was at least two other points I was going to make, but I don't want to play it over again. I'll let it finish.
In America's position, competitive position, both in the economic marketplace and in the military battlefield in many important ways. So that's the idea. The idea is to take away aid, one-sided aid, and move it into, bilateral investments for common benefit.
Bilateral. So investments, right? So no aid. You'll just be investing in your own thing. See how perfect that works out? So the billions you get will be yours again, even though we'll use it and probably ask for more. It's just a blatant manipulation. And it's almost, I mean, look at this. My personal opinion is he thinks this is how dumb they are. How much that we just showed you that quote, this is how easy it is to move the United States. There's a quote on the Washington Post from years ago. He brags about being able to manipulate the U.S. power structure. Not with us anymore. People don't buy it. Insane. As Chris writes, he just quoted. I thought maybe that was a different post. Anyway, the point is obvious, guys. And Joe's calling it out. People see it. It's not a secret what's happening right now. Now here, to get into the overlap of this, and this is what I think is part of this, guys. We're at a point now where there is think of it like the Charlie Kirk moment. They're walking a knife's edge. Whether it's the Iran war or the completely, the loss of support to a debilitating level from this country for Israel. I'm worried that there will be some kind of an event, as usual, to coalesce the support. So here is what John Kirikow is pointing out on that side of it, which is something we already know. And this should not, first of all, to make it clear, historically, this is what Israel is known for. You can listen to people like Wilkerson or others who have worked alongside them, or Kirikow himself, who will tell you that's not just what they're known for. This is what they are. It's a culture. And I'm not talking about just in fact, I'm not even relating it to Jewish or religion. It does overlap most clearly, but you're talking about the Zionist agenda and the Israeli government and what they've created as culture. It's sort of like looking at the culture of the militarized U.S. government. That's not Christianity. It's clearly just what the culture they've created, but they try to wrap it in this gross lens or wrap it in the blanket of Christianity, which just should be insulting to you. But here he's talking about the police stations that are utilizing Israeli intelligence or Israeli, military to train them with everything we know that's happening right now. And also whether that would be setting up potential inside, like think about if that was Iran or China. What's the first thing people would consider and worry about, rightly so? What if they're doing something? What if they're organizing some kind of internal plot while they're completely meshed in with our system and training our enforcement arm? Maybe we should wonder about that.
Most mainstream outlets don't talk about is that the Israelis are already in the United States training local police departments. We know, for example, that the Israelis are training the Atlanta police, that this area now called Cop City is the site of Israeli police and Israeli IDF training our own police. I don't want the Israelis training American police departments. The Israelis have no respect for human rights or civil liberty.
He's right. I mean, it's obvious. And he can so casually state that. One, he's on her show, but at the end of the day, guys, this is what people see. I don't think that's even hard to see right now. As the patriotic blonde writes, CIA officer John Kirikow says the Zionist regime is actively training U.S. police departments, infiltrating law enforcement, and she writes for a prepared takeover. Well, you could certainly look at it that way, couldn't you? We've played this many times. Here's a clip, first of all, from Going Underground, interviewing Dennis Fritz, CM, a sergeant in U.S. military, talks about the idea of whether Israeli false flags might be a potential issue here. And then on top of that, points to the attacks that are, and we'll come back to it with Iran, that have carried out in the back and forth, and whether or not some of those were actually faked by Israel or used to blame Iran.
Be expecting false flags, and should we expecting that? I mean, Iran was claiming that some of the attacks on GCC countries were not by them, were actually Israeli attacks disguised as Iranian attacks. Should we take all these claims as seriously as someone might who was focused on the USS Liberty? I don't know whether when you were at the Pentagon, this was canteen talk and people widely understood what Israel did to murder so many American servicemen on the USS Liberty.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if I've always stated in the past, I can give you facts, assumptions, and opinions. More so, I've given you facts, but when we talk about some of the attacks on our GCC countries, were done, maybe not done by Iran. Well, I'm going to give you an opinion. I believe that. I believe that some of those attacks may have been done by Israel, and particularly Mossad. I really do believe that. Now, I'm just giving you an opinion there because I don't know that. But then also I base it on Iran didn't take credit for some of those attacks. And so I don't know.
Again, even though they would have a legal right to do it, that makes a lot of logical sense, right? Why would they deny it if they have a legal right to respond to countries that are on the record co-belligerents in this war, which means they have a legal right to respond to them? Doesn't make sense. But there's an argument that there's points at which, and this is where you should consider that is the ones of, they might argue bombed a location, which doesn't seem in line with what Iran's doing elsewhere. But you shouldn't dismiss the possibility that Iran would bomb something that it's a war crime. I don't. I think any government is capable of doing it if they saw it in their interest. But what's in their interest? It's like arguing that Assad gassing people for no reason was somehow in his interest. He wasn't the maniacal lunatic they framed him as. You can easily prove that. The point was they made those stories up to justify what they did. Not that I would argue he's not capable of it if he needed to in his own interest. I just don't think that was the case at the time.
Behind the scenes diplomacies that the Iranians were telling the U.S. that hey, we were not responsible, because they have not come out and said it. Even this latest attack that we had recently with a number of ships that were hit, Iran has really not come out and say, hey, we truly did that, though they have discussed about, hey, they will control the strait and they will have coordination by ships that want to, enter through the strait. But I will tell you, based on past history, based on some of the things I've seen in the Pentagon and some of our cooperation with Israel, I do think some of those attacks were possibly done by Israel intelligence agencies.
Should we? Now, in regard to the point of the ships, well, we know that at least in some of the cases, they have openly said, yes, we did that, and you can clearly prove that. But this is one I've talked about. He's talking about in a general sense of this entire event, from when this February to now. I said this in the beginning. There were many examples where right in the beginning, because right now you have a different circumstance. Right now, Iran has an agreement that Trump signed that gives them the right to set up this organization. And then Trump tried to sneak, and I'll get into that in a minute, tried to sneak ships by to try to hold off the damaging situation they put themselves in with a little bit more oil to stave off where it goes. And that's some of the ones you've seen them sneak through. Most of them haven't, and also lying about that. What I'm arguing is, and now the point is, Iran has every right to stop the ships, and they weren't sinking them. They weren't stealing anything. They were firing on them to turn them around, and they did. That's what happened every single time. And what you can see, as I've shown you, the videos where they're going, turn around. It's audio and a video of them saying it on the radio. Turn around. You're going the wrong route. This is not the agreed upon route. Trump signed that. And then it turns out that Trump's trying to work them around the other way. This is all manipulation. So they are the ones violating this agreement. The point is that what I think he's pointing to is the beginning when that wasn't the reality. That's the point in which it was in their interest to make it look like Iran was arbitrarily shooting on ships. And they never claimed those things. I think that's exactly the point. I think it's very relevant. Now, on top of that, just on the false flag note, play the clip. I always will.
Or I think they were buying it from.
We have an incredible array of possibilities of creating foreign companies that have no way being traced back to Israel. Shell companies over shell companies who affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
Did you see any surprises in Gaza?
Surprises?
Yeah.
Like intelligence surprises?
Pages, walkie-talkies. Do you know how many treated equipment do we have in these countries? You don't. I do.
You mean booby-trapped equipment?
Not only booby-trapped.
And spying?
Manipulated equipment. All right?
In which countries are you talking about?
All the countries that you can imagine.
Important to think about that in the larger picture, right? That Israel can't seem to stop bragging about how it can do what it wants, wherever it wants, whenever it wants, including planting booby-trapped equipment in every country you could imagine. So if some major event takes place in the United States, maybe consider the Israeli involvement. I mean, it's just a no-brainer at this point. Not assume, but consider. I mean, I could show you the different examples, the Israeli documentation where they outright argue that they have a right to legislate anywhere in the world, or they have a right to ignore international law anywhere in the world. Oh, I mean, it's not even hidden. This is what's so incredible. They'll proudly, like Smotrich Ben-Gvir, will openly yell at and advocate for those things. And you can see it's not just the two. It's sort of like the support for the war. It's a very open majority conversation from their government that these people should die. It's not even secret, but you'll have the conversation from the leaders elsewhere, you can call them that, who will just lie to you, whether they're being bribed or blackmailed, or they're too stupid, or they've been tricked, or they're scared of being called an anti-Semite. All of it combined. It's the entire power structures of the world are just lying to you, even though it's that obvious. Crazy. Now, a quick point. I'm not going to play the whole video about Celebrite. And the fact that this seems to be a central thread along most of these, what I would argue seem to be cover-ups or alteration of events through their, manipulation of the data, whether we're talking about Butler, Charlie Kirk, any number of examples. And I've covered this just recently, went over the many different examples of this, or Clearview AI, or like all these different Israeli intelligence entities that are jammed into the U.S. control structure. As Paulie St. George says, they've used Celebrite in the Butler assassination attempt case as well. This is from Tucker Carlson. This is the one I was just showing you, right? In regard to the Tyler Robinson discussion, he's on the stand and he admits that they used Celebrite, an Israeli intelligence application, to get the information off the phone that they then later argue was the proof that he admitted to everybody via text. Certainly seems a little bit suspicious, especially with what we know now, isn't it? Doesn't it? Here's what Tucker was saying.
A new tox screen because the body doesn't exist. According to Higgins, quote, this action by the FBI can only be described by any reasonable man as an obstruction to any following investigative effort. Another notable detail is that photos from the day after the shooting show an FBI agent hosing down the site where Crooks died. High-level intelligence officials and congressional sources told us this is very strange, and that the FBI usually hires out crime scene cleanup to third-party contractors. But in this case, they did it themselves, leaving no blood and no tissue for anyone else to analyze. In the photo, the agent's shirt said,
even that alone, these aren't, of course, something could explain that. It's that we somehow still haven't gotten information about. But just any honest person has already acknowledged that this whole thing is completely dishonest. Now, whether that amounts to one thing or the other is still debatable because of the way they've handled this. But it's just obvious. I don't know why that's not admittable by some people. And I mean, even people that are starting to see the problem with this administration. It's just this weird adherence. But there's so many people with the fake new media that are absolutely still lying to you about all of these things, including Butler.
He's from the Technical Hazards Response Unit, a unit that collects traditional forensic evidence contaminated with hazardous materials. After the shooting, the FBI sent Crooks's phone to the Bureau's laboratory at Quantico, Virginia. Agents there were able to open it in less than 40 minutes using technology from an Israeli tech firm called Celebrate. According to the Post, FBI officials who served under President Joe Biden accessed Crooks's phone.
Biden and Trump. See how it's always the same?
Phone, computer, and his encrypted messaging apps in Belgium, New Zealand, and Germany. Yet none of the online activity the FBI has discovered was referred to in any way in the final congressional report that was released in December of 2024.
By the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on?
That was a good question, a question that most people thought would be answered by the new administration. Within weeks of retaking office, Donald Trump told the New York Post's Miranda Devine that he had, quote, ordered the Secret Service on Friday to provide him every bit of information about his two would-be assassins.
You've had 2 assassination attempts. One, obviously, where you got hit by that bullet in Butler. There's a lot of frustration that we still don't know about that shooter in Butler. And we don't know about his communications. We get stonewalled all the time asking questions about it. Is there frustration on your part? Will we get transparency? Will we know the bottom line story?
It's very interesting because we have great people. I think Pam is incredible. I think Cash is
Funny how that changed, isn't it?
incredible. And they're doing a great job. They're being recognized as doing a great job.
See, I mean, he's like, how shameless that is. Even though we now know that it's something that he, in fact, was the don't make this is an obvious cover up from every possible angle. And even as the Fox News asking him, like, why we get stonewalled, they're like, oh, they're just great people.
You're the president. Can't you find out?
No, I know. I'm relying on my people to tell me what.
What a weak person. I mean, this is my opinion. He's just lying. He knows. And so he's putting it on them because that's what cowardly leaders do.
It is.
But his people insist there's nothing there, and they don't seem interested in finding out more.
How come we don't have more information on the assassination attempts on President Trump?
There's 2 reasons.
These 2 clowns. God, what an embarrassing moment for this country.
2 open, ongoing prosecutions. But we have personally invested our time in making
only one of them is still here, by the way, in case you didn't know that.
Sure that we have looked at any possible international connections to terrorism and adversaries alike. And we've both been down to Quantico. We've both done the laboratory testing. We've both seen the explosives analysis.
We places and went to the steps and stuff because we're real and we really are what we think. We're actual authority, right? Can't you tell by my high chair that I'm sitting in? How embarrassing. Like just an absolute embarrassment across the board. Now, aside, the Celebrate was the point that I wanted to make there. The connection back to the Israeli intelligence as we continue to see the obvious cover-up that this is. Because realize that's where you get the one point they have. The one point about whether he admitted this. Even the argument that he confessed to his family seems to have been turned around. Now, here is another example of this same kind of conversation. As Dave Cullen points out, prosecutors say to the judge, and I already mentioned this, I believe you asked for the actual shooting. There is no video of that. There's no actual video of the shooting of Charlie Kirk. And it's just this whole thing is insane. And he puts the longer cut in here for you. After watching Posobiec claim he watched the full video of Robinson actually get in position and shoot, I took one last crack at it and asked Grok, where is the video? It says no publicly available, high quality video clearly shows Tyler Robinson firing the exact shots and killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I guess they'll just move on. Posobiec will lie to you for the rest of his life because that seems to be his job. But people care. People can see it. Little attention. But the point overall, guys, is that this whole thing is built on false information that leans in one very clear direction. Charlie Kirk and the Israel connection is undeniable. We need to understand that. Now, talking about where this all goes. So we talked about this first of all, the Celebrate point in regard to how it's immersed in all of this and connects back to Flock and connects back to all of the conversation we're going to have now. We talked about it in this show. So this was on the 10th, the Flock revolution. ICE continues violating the rights of Americans and Trump lies about Iran again. Now, most of which we're going to get into now. I'll point back to this in a second. Now, talking about first Israel and Ro Khanna, which this really does. I mean, whether or not you believe in Ro Khanna, which I don't trust or believe in any of these politicians, or just recognize what this shows you, regardless of who it was. I don't care if it's Lindsey Graham. It still shows you an American politician and the way that it's being treated. They're being treated by the group that's supposed to be their biggest ally. And look, if you don't know by now that these settlers are a government program that are backed by people like Gavir Smotrich and Netanyahu, and that they absolutely defend them and work with them and facilitate their actions with the IDF, then you're not paying attention. It's roundly documented and called out by every human rights group in the world, sort of like the genocide that we're still ignoring, I guess. In this case, Ro Khanna goes there. Now, whether it's a stunt or not, it doesn't change the reality. He posts this on the 11th. Israeli settlers brandishing American-made M4s, surprise, surprise, detained me and other Americans on my trip to Palestine. Now, frankly, I don't think these people really care. I hope I'm wrong. But him saying Palestine, where were you this whole time when you were voting to fund Israel, right? Let's be sure we're looking at this through the right lens. Regardless of that, when the IDF arrived, they sided with the settlers and continued our detention. I mean, think about that, guys. We're talking, that's like the U.S. military. Like, okay, it's the equivalent of, let's say, I don't know, pick some kind of militia in the United States that seizes Netanyahu or Smotrich, holds him in an illegal detention, and the U.S. military shows up and continues to keep him in detention. Just think about the equivalent of that and what we'll be saying in the world. It shows you that nothing is sacred to these people. I'm talking about the military and the Zionist government of Israel and what they're obviously willing to do. And my point would be that, and we'll get to it in a second on top of it, that even with the screaming and how angry they were, I bet you nothing will happen to these people. And he says they made a huge mistake. He files up saying, looks like there's body camera from a different car when this happened. Unprecedented illegal detention of Americans by a foreign country. Unprecedented? You mean aside from Joe Meters, the U.S.'s Liberty veteran, or any number of Americans that have been detained through the flotillas? Or you mean the Americans that were killed in Gaza? Or come on. Unprecedented because a politician? Let's not make yourself too important, Rokana. I mean, this to me is much, and this is what you're going to get from the criticism from the other side that wants to defend Israel, is that it's all about him. Well, that's kind of true in some ways, but it doesn't change the point that what he did is showing you what Israel actually is, even when it comes to U.S. support. Or at the very least, that if he's on the Democrat side right now, that feigns not support, even though they do. Who knows how you want to frame this. But the point was, and I think I have this video. Yeah, I do. I'll play it for you. There's some cussing. So mind you, there is some cussing for the children out there, earmuffs. I'll play this clip where you see these people who have now been identified popping tires and breaking the window of these cars that are a delegation with CNN and a U.S. politician. There's impunity, guys. They know they can do what they want. And so anyone on to say, when are the arrests of these settlers and IDF officers? Netanyahu.
Oh, he's got a knife. He's going for the tire.
Oh my God!
Go.
Fuck. Oh shit! No. He's going to our car.
Go, drive. Move, bitch. Move. Get the fuck out of the way. Move. Drive. Go. Watch out.
There it is. Now there's more videos. Most of which aren't, that just shows you what they were dealing with and what happened. And ultimately they were held by these random children that are backed up by the Israeli government because they're extremists. And then the IDF backed them up and held this sitting American politician. And I think they write the time here in a second in the next clip here, or in this post. Where was it? I was reading through it earlier, but for a while. The point for me is simply the idea that they held him in general and that that the IDF held him on top of that. Now, Ryan Grimm says, this is the guy. Well, Andre X, who, by the way, we've shown you before, is somebody in there constantly dealing with these people. And he almost died. He got beat up very seriously by these people. Nothing ever happened. Andre X is worth following. And he's very political, has very clearly political opinions that you may not agree with, but he's documenting what these people are doing to innocent people every day. Ryan says, I'm sure that authorities have his name, given how angry the Israeli government says it was with both that CNN and Rokana were attacked separately. He'll be arresting any minute, right? We know it's not going to happen. This happens every day. They know who he is. They know where he's from. I doubt anything happens. Emily Schrader, the one that was gaslighting about the genocide all the time while it was happening and still is. U.S. Representative Khanna, she says, is a charlatan and dishonest. Yeah, probably. He is government, just like you guys are. His tour doesn't change what happened, though. His tour halted on the bus because they entered a closed military zone, which is prohibited to civilians. Oh, wait, you mean other than the settlers who are civilians? Or are you suggesting the settlers are exactly what we know they are and they're actually military or backed up by the government? Oops. Police were called in to discuss the problem. Oh, then why were the settlers beating them up? She's just lying. Like, this is a shameless deceiver. With our tour organizer who had repeatedly attempted to enter the zone. Okay. Either way, if they went into a wrong zone, it doesn't explain why they were treated that way. Wouldn't the IDF go, hey, you need to leave here? They wouldn't get detained by a bunch of children with knives and guns who are beating up their car. Well, they do have guns, but in this case, a stick and a knife that were used. And then the IDF shows up and detains them. That's not how that works, unless you're admitting that the settlers are a part of the government. We all know that, though, guys. This is just what this shows you. The bus had to wait until the arrival of the officers to the scene, which is what caused the delay. I mean, guys, she's just lying. And Ryan Grimm says, according to Schrader, the paramilitary goons that held up Rokana's vehicle at gunpoint were actually doing it at the orders of the military. See, you can't hide from that. And she trapped herself with this. This is what they do. And they'll just ignore it, pretend like she didn't say it. It's clear that these plainclothes gangs operate in coordination with the IDF, but they're rare to see it admitted this openly. It's exactly what I took from it. And I think she absolutely trapped herself, but they'll ignore it. Now, Gen X Girl highlights what some of the other politicians said. Congressman Greg Murphy said, sounds like another plea for publicity. I think I'm not saying that. When you're going to the scene of a genocide and you get detained by illegal settlers that the whole world calls illegal and the military of Israel backs that up. But yes, publicity. I mean, probably. I do think part of this was about, all of them do this. But it doesn't change the importance of the story. It says anything to get in front of the camera. Why else would you be there? It's not your country. Are you sorry? I mean, think about this. They're shameless, as Gen X Girl points out. Greg Murphy says he should not be in that country. In 2022, Murphy also went to Israel, except his trip was paid for by AIPAC. $29,000, where he kissed the wall and pledged allegiance to Israel. So wait, is it only that you don't want to go to the area where bad things are happening? When you say it's not his country, then why would you go? Why were you in Israel? What's the point you're making here? Just not that part of occupied Palestine. Got it. What a coward, guys. And this is the people that run this country, or at least ostensibly. Saul Rod points out ridiculous headline from New York Times about a U.S. congressman getting detained by armed Israeli militants. The subhead sounds like they're criticizing him for being there instead of the illegal occupiers. I mean, that's the point for the last one as well. I mean, you can't ignore this. These people are illegal by every single stretch of the imagination. Even Pompeo had to say they weren't inconsistent with international law, didn't say it was legal, and then they went right back to saying it's legal. It's illegal. Even Trump recently stated that he didn't want that, even though he allowed them to do it when he got elected. That's the Miriam Adelson payoff, on top of a lot of other things. She explicitly stated, I want West Bank annexation. It's all on the record. They just think you're this stupid. So when this person comes out and says that, I mean, it's not, there's no way to misunderstand this, guys. There's no way to misunderstand this. He's mad that those illegal occupiers did something, or rather that she was there to point to it, not even that they were breaking the law. Just cowards, all of them. Now, Tucker Carlson commented on what Mike Huckabee said. Actually, there was one thing I just saw. What was that? There's a point about Huckabee I just saw pop up on my phone, but it was about this one of these conversations. I think it was about the other one. But anyway, the point is Huckabee is just a shameless supporter of Israel, no matter what happens. It was a pleasure to be with whatever her name is on Fox News today. Iranians hold kill Trump flags at Khamenei's funeral. Yes, random Iranians who have a right to hold whatever they want. And of course, because you probably killed their families. I know, shocking, right? Tucker Carlson, an American member of Congress, Ro Khanna, is threatened by foreign terrorists carrying American rifles, backed by a foreign military paid for by American taxpayers. And the U.S. ambassador to that country, Israel, says not a word in defense of his own countrymen. You see, even if you go Democrat, you're still talking about Americans, guys. But you see, that's the problem, isn't it? From Trump's perspective, and all of them, they're not American, are they? They're evil Democrats who hate our country. And that's just not even close to the reality of what they are actually doing. Now, I don't think any of the government cares at all. But what's funny to me is that you have people on the Democrat side who absolutely believe what they think they want to do will better this country. If you can't acknowledge that, then you're a child in this conversation. There's also people that dishonestly do what they want for their own benefit at the expense of the country, which is most of who are pointing to. But there are those two people who believe communism might save this country. I disagree. But it's just lazy thinking. Same thing on the right. Tons of people believe that what they were doing with this was all going to be in the, but now they see that they were lied to. But he goes on. Not a word of defense in his own countrymen, and instead uses his social media accounts to promote his own vapid cable news appearances, which amount to propaganda for that same foreign country. Now, he is the ambassador, but that's supposed to be the ambassador for American interests, not the Israel interest towards America. You see the difference? Goes on to say, it's too much, too insulting and humiliating to America. This is how revolutions start. For the sake of our nation, Huckabee should be removed from his post immediately. I doubt he will. Also, Sally Agris points out, thank you for the man who laughs for sharing this with me, how much money each state gives to Israel. The states, not even the government, not the federal government, the individual states and their own discussions of their own money that comes from your pocket that also goes to Israel that we probably don't even factor in to the bigger number. We're taking over. Now, talking about just what Israel is, before we get to everything else, because I do think it's important. You already know this. Anybody who watches this show, anybody who's even barely paying attention, but just some other updates, in case it wasn't already clear. This parody Jeff account said, hey, Grok, did Israel execute 15 medics and rescue workers in Gaza, then bury them in mass graves with their ambulances? In case you don't know, yes, and it's an easily verifiable story. But the crazy thing is that it's very publicly known, and yet it's a fake news story when it comes to the U.S. media, when it comes to left and right of our false government. Think about how crazy that is. How are you supporting that? Yes, Grok says, this reference to the March 23rd, 2025 Rafah incident. IDF forces attacked a convoy of clearly marked ambulances, a fire truck, and a UN vehicle, killing 15 Palestinian medics, rescue workers, 8 Red Crescent, civil defense, even a member of the United Nations. Their bodies and vehicles were buried in a mass grave and recovered days later. If this one point does not wake you up to, and it's not because Grok said, we shouldn't be trusting Grok. The evidence is already there. We've already covered it. This is just so publicly available evidence that Grok has to acknowledge it. So here we are, where we can know that they killed UN members, civil workers, Red Crescent, random Palestinians, people who fire truck. I mean, come on. And then buried them and covered it up. And we can publicly acknowledge that. The UN can know that. This shows you what these people are. There's no explaining this, guys. The reality is they're monsters, and they will do whatever they want and frame themselves as the good guy. So will most governments when it's in their interest. Video from a victim's phone shows emergency lights on during heavy fire. Israeli initially claimed suspicious movement without lights and Hamas links, then admitted mistakes after evidence emerged. Like every time. It's admitting it once you're caught is not the same thing as being honest. Its internal probe found professional failures and disciplined commanders. Yeah, look it up. Nothing happened. You wag your finger in their face and go move along, go do it again. UN, New York Times, other reports confirm the killings and burial. Israel cites combat context, denies close-range executions. Everyone, Biden, Trump, left, right, they do not care. I'd like to believe Ro Khanna, Massey might actually care, but their track record shows you at the end of the day, they usually don't. Come on. Guys, it's just we have to be real about where this shows you and where we are with our government, the merging of our militaries, the ongoing genocide, the ongoing technocratic takeover Israel is a part of. Here is an example still right now in Gaza of random people just breaking people's stuff, pretending to be Palestinians, using their cane, crashing their cups, and this is what they're doing. So wait a minute, is this because there's a Hamas tunnel, or are they just having fun ruining the lives of people that they've killed? You don't need to misunderstand. There's no capable way of misunderstanding this. They're pretending to be, anyway, they're monsters. These are monsters who are relishing in the joy of the destruction of another person's life. Now, whether you think they were like this because they were brought up like this by their government or not, it is who they are. You have to call that out. On top of that, while this is going on, this is from 2025, but we talked about it then. But the point is, they're using weird tech and weird chemical things on the people of Palestine. They always have been doing this. Battle tested, they call it when they go sell it in the world stage. The way we stopped hearing or seeing media about Palestine, and there are new types of bombs being dropped in a ceasefire. Drop site news. Israeli finance minister Smotrich says Trump's Middle East envoy Witkoff privately told him. So this is publicly admitted by him. He could be lying, of course, but I doubt it. Publicly admitted through their own media. So, Smotrich says that Witkoff, the one negotiating on behalf of the United States and involved with the Gaza revitalization or whatever you want to pretend it is, it's real, just ongoing genocide with a new technocratic flair, privately told him, Witkoff told Smotrich, I will not let 2 million Nazis live next to your children along the border fence. So aside from the insane point of calling people Nazis as they're being annihilated by objective Nazis, people that are literally connected back to the original Nazi party, I'm talking about the origin of Zionism that quite frankly tried to align itself and did with the Nazi party on the record. So what was that under? I was going to look up that, it's this one here. Perfect. Just as I pointed out, the only reason I think this is a good one to share is because Haaretz and their own article make this clear. Zionist militia's effort to recruit Nazis in the fight against British are revealed. This is the reality. The Lehi, one of the origin elements of the Zionist party, continued to seek to ally with Nazi Germany even after the final solution began. It's documented by the Israeli leading newspaper. meaning that the whole thing they point to justify why that had to exist, they were involved with that group while it was happening. I don't know how we don't know this stuff today. The point is for them to call those people Nazis while they're committing the same genocide. Never again, it's about everybody, isn't it? Which honest Jews today will tell you, which we've played many times. In fact, I can play one, I think, if I've got it real quick. Where was that? Let's see. Just the opening part of it, in case you don't remember.
Holocaust survivor, my message to the brave student protesters in America is just keep doing it. Don't give up. We are doing exactly the same. And in the long term, we are going to prevail. I'm out from the beginning at every march.
This Holocaust survivor says, stop the genocide in Gaza. These were the Columbia protests, by the way, also put on by Jewish Voices for Peace, but continue to tell us why it's all anti-Semitic. Now, back to the point. God, something real funky's going on with my back. I hope this doesn't just glitch out on me right now. A lot to talk about. So, other than the absurd thing of calling them Nazis, which is clearly a aligned agenda from these like Zionist supporters, to say that you're not going to let them live by the border. So what is he telling you? We're not going to let Palestinians be anywhere near to to Palestine, not to the occupied Gaza, not to what you call Israel proper, not even to the new location next to it you're claiming. You're openly saying we're not going to let them exist near this or at all. Because that's what they want, guys. And this is the representatives of the U.S. government. These are monsters. I'm truly, right now, this is the pinnacle. This is the fight of our lives. These people and what's happening with all of this, the technocratic angle of it, the genocide, what Israel's greater agenda, the greater North America project, all that's happening is part of something really dark. And I think we all sense it right now. Smotrich said the conversation took place back in January 2025. Let that sink in. When Witkoff met him alongside the Strategic Affairs Minister, Ron Dermer, in Jerusalem, a day after the envoy toured Gaza's the Netzarim corridor and viewed footage from October 7. You know, the propaganda fake snuff film that's been called out 1,000 different ways and proven to be false. Let him visibly shaken. So you could argue some of these moronic politicians who can't tie their shoes without aids don't even know that they're being manipulated. Recounting the exchange, Smotrich added, there is only one thing that hurts the enemy, land. Right, so they're stealing land because we already know this. Just it shows you what we're dealing with, guys. These people are disgusting. Here's Dan's tweet, by the way. You can check this out. And the point going back to showing you how the Zionist terror group that twice attempted to ally with Nazi Germany and found a copycat fascist state. That's the Zionist organization on the record. Included here if you want to read it from the Israeli media. Now, Aaron also points out, and you might have seen this already, during the World Cup, there was actually two examples of this that I could see. The Egyptian Relief Committee in Gaza had been organizing public screenings of the World Cup matches for displaced families in the Strip. About an hour before this is July 7th, Egypt-Argentina match. Israel killed the committee's public relations director in a strike in his vehicle. Two others, including a child, were killed. You know why? Because they don't want people to, they don't want Palestinians enjoying themselves. I mean, how else do you explain this? They directly targeted him because he was allowing them something that would give them a reprieve from their destruction, from their genocide. And they murdered him anyway, or murdered him because of that. And Aaron Mate simply frames it as, ahead of today's game, Egypt coach Hossam Hassan appealed to the world. Let Palestinian people live. Israel responds by killing the head of public relations for the Egyptian Relief Committee in Gaza. I mean, it's almost as if they want you to know how monstrous they are because they know that I guess they can control the narrative. Dan Lambert, the Wikipedia entry for Rafah, right now, you can look it up. A city bigger than Limerick, or at least last time I checked, this was on the 7th, is now in the past tense. It's gone. Not a single building is left intact. Entire city erased by Israel. They are the Nazis of today. You could look at the picture, you could check it for yourself, you can realize that the whole world has acknowledged that this place doesn't exist anymore, and they're still just pretending that it's there until they can move forward, until they can create their new Gaza technocratic home base and just push them into the sea or whatever they actually said they were going to do. We're talking about an entire civilization, one of the oldest in existence. The foundation, like the birthplace of Jesus Christ. Where's all the Christian right, guys? Who cares, right? Because, pro-Israel or whatever. Monstrous, what we're dealing with. Insane. Here on the West Bank, endless stories. This happens to be a U.S. citizen. Back to Rokana's point, I guess it's unprecedented unless it happens all the time, right? It's been over 5 weeks since the Israeli military kidnapped a 20-year-old, a U.S. citizen named Sama Safi from her family's home in the West Bank. She's being held without charge in Israeli detention where her family cannot access her or contact her. Now, I'm not going to assume, I don't know what's happening, but with what we know goes on in these detention centers, with all the examples of rape and torture, when they know that they do it just to punish them, God only knows what's happening. A U.S. citizen. Have you heard the U.S. government speak up? Has Rokana mentioned her name? No. Voice of Rabbis points out even what they're doing to Jews who are not Zionist. Zionists set fire to the house of prominent Jewish anti-Zionist activist, a Jewish neighborhood of Jerusalem, while his family was inside the house. So keep telling us it's about Judaism, right? The point is you have Jewish people who are in Jerusalem who don't believe in Zionism. And what happens? Well, other Zionist Jews burn their house down with their family inside. Because that's very, very Israeli of you to do that to people, as we've talked about in the past, to West Bank settlers burning families down and killing, the whole Ollie's on the grill point of story. The only crime of this family was that they were religious and opposed Zionism and Israel. You just can't misunderstand that, guys. Here's another Kirikow post. Israel is the only country that's recently bombed both churches and synagogues, but yet they keep calling Muslims terrorists, which is just as possible. Right? It's not about Muslim or Jew or Christian. Anybody can be an extremist, and you should call out any of them. Whether you think one has a prevalence or not, for you to simply say this culture or that is bad is simply you falling for that trap. Anybody can be good or bad. Whether they choose to be led by the extremist versions of whatever religion that exists in all of them is up to them. And then you can judge them accordingly. To then say that because you're in this religion or because you have this skin color, because you look this way, you are part of that problem. If you do that, you're being played, or maybe you're just gross. Maybe you just are a bad person as well, because you're choosing to allow subjective points to guide what you think about a person before you even know who they are. Right? We were all taught about this when we were 5, didn't we? Here's what he has to say.
About the bombing of St. Porphyrios Church in Gaza.
October 18th.
I'm still angry about that. The oldest continuously operating church in the world. And 24 women and children took refuge there, and the Israelis blew it up.
You know what else they blew up? We sent in a film crew into Tehran to document the oldest extant Jewish community in the world, the oldest continuous use synagogue in the world. The United States and Israel flattened that synagogue 11 days after we shot our documentary about 2 months ago.
How do you explain that? It's because it's not about Jewish or Christian or anything. It's about anybody standing in the way of their agenda. Right? And so they attack them because that synagogue does not believe in their Zionist agenda. That's why. That is what it comes down to. And same reason they're bombing churches in every single location, to flattening them, as he points out, because they don't care about any of that. Neither do our fake Christian leadership either, guys. It's undeniable if you pay attention.
Wiped from the face of the earth.
Unforgivable.
Today, a Palestinian child was shot in the West Bank, a baby, an infant. Yesterday, Taiba was set on fire, the only 100% Christian village in the West Bank. And in the past week, 4 Palestinian students, female students, were kidnapped by the IDF, one a Christian, one an American citizen, one on the national football team. And the world is silent.
How about Shireen Abu Akleh? Shireen Abu Akleh, the most important, most highly respected journalist at Al Jazeera, an American citizen, a Greek Orthodox Christian. She's in the West Bank with a bulletproof vest that says press and a Kevlar helmet that says press. She's standing with a cameraman behind a tree because she doesn't want to get in the way of anybody. And as soon as she steps out from behind the tree, an Israeli sniper shoots her in the face and kills her instantly.
Now, you know this story. We've talked about this. Robert wrote about this as it was happening. As usual, in the midst of the story, not way after it when it can be manipulated, and that's when the story is breaking for some of the new media, Israel covered up the murder of Shireen Abu Akleh with U.S. help. Robert in Lakesh, September 10th, 2022. Now, here's the casual image that is impossible to misunderstand, where you have people in a funeral procession walking, not armed, as the IDF just beat them up. as they walk by. Hit their legs, hit their arms. They're trying to get them to drop the coffin. And as far as I can tell, they never did, despite being beat with billy clubs or whatever you call them as they walk by. I mean, how do you misunderstand that? That's just vicious, guys. It's hatred, which I guarantee goes both ways at this point. But let's understand what's really driving this.
Isn't bad enough. The IDF goes into the hospital where her body is being carried out in a coffin. They beat the pallbearers to the point where they drop the coffin, and then they shoot rubber bullets.
That's too bad. I didn't hear that when I was listening to earlier. I didn't think that happened. I thought, like, 'cause I think I've said in the past too. As I thought that they just ultimately toughed it out, which is sort of a point of pride. But I mean, who's going to fault them for being beat in the legs and dropping some? But just think about how disgusting that is. The willingness to do that. How do you rationalize that? Well, you don't, guys. You just lie about it. That's what these people do.
And smoke grenades into the Greek Orthodox Church while her funeral service is taking place.
Always happens.
And not a single word from the American government. Not a word.
Or from evangelical Christian leaders or Catholic leaders.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to know where's Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham and Mike Huckabee when these things happen.
Nowhere.
No, and people will say, in December when Gaza made it to the front pages for about an hour and a half, all of a sudden on cue, all the evangelical Christian human rights groups, all Catholic leaders, even Catholic Bishop Robert Barron. What about Nigeria? What about Nigeria? To this day, Bishop Barron has never mentioned Gaza, the West Bank, or Lebanon.
And I hate that deflection. It's, look, it's fair to point out that other things are happening, but to use it as a way to ignore something else, there's no obligation for everybody to care about everything happening everywhere. Like, it's an actually insane thing to argue. But secondarily, what you will find if you actually care about what their opinions are, that if you just ask them, they do care. And they have talked about it. You're just making this broad assumption because your assumption is they only care about it because they hate this other side or because they're political, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that exists too. It's just always that simple, guys. And it's just the nuance is what these people will completely break because they don't want you thinking like that. They don't want you giving people the benefit of the doubt. They don't want you considering that people may have different meanings or different driving forces than just that they hate Israel or they're anti-Semitic or whatever it is in the current topic. That's the same, whether it's about Israel or not. It's the same thing our government does with everything. All or nothing, right? Trump does it every day in bumbling, stupid ways. That's no different than past administrations, other than he does it very obviously. They always have this sort of counterbalance. You're either with us or you're against us. It's how they operate. And it's never that simple.
What about Nigeria? That lasted for about a week.
Yeah.
So they'll say, well, what about Boko Haram? My organization guards churches in Nigeria and the only synagogue. We provide security for this. So I understand we lost an employee last year to Islamist extremism in Nigeria. I'm not naive to this, but we lost 2 employees in Gaza that were killed when our baby formula warehouse was bombed.
Mm-hmm. I'm still angry.
It's weird that it does that. But yeah, so his point clearly is that even though they said that, he's like, well, we do care. We were just there. It's just that people try to frame it that way for those online who might take that argument as, well, that must be the truth then, without caring that the guy does actually care. Now, one quick note overlaps with this. This just frustrates me. Rob Schneider. Now, maybe I misunderstand who I think this person is. Like, I watched him say things during COVID, and I thought he seemed like a pretty smart guy, or at least somebody who cared enough to try to find the information. Now, maybe who knows about what? I just don't think that it felt like it was somebody who thought that it was rational thought was more important than political sides. Because think about it, he was somebody that was arguably on one side during the COVID timeframe, and then kind of came out, which was seen as a Republican. I just think he came out with the truth that it was COVID shots were killing people, and he fought for that. Now, this Quantum Guard account, which is one of these religiously manipulative accounts, and no pun or connection intended, just obsessively. And I'll just cut to this point right away. This video is from 2025. Here's the post, October 9th, 2025. Right? That's an old post. But that's not even getting into whether you think it's important or not. So first of all, the post says, update. He's pushing to ban Sharia law. Why? Because this account makes a living on using old content to make you think something new. They all do it. Breaking, Obama's going down. And Rob has done the same thing, probably without knowing it, and shared that video from Jesse Waters from 2025. And guess what? He's not, because they're never going after these people, guys. I frankly don't even think John Bolton will have anything happen to him, despite what they were ruling, let alone Comey or any of the rest they claim, which have nothing going on about them. It's just crazy. So my point is, that he posts this and then shares it as if it's happening, which is just the cycle of nonsense. And I think it's about hiding what's actually going on. But on top of that, guys, do you realize what a dumb argument this all is? Right now, if you care to look, not a single piece of legislation anywhere in this country is pushing some kind of adoption of Sharia law. Secondarily, it would be wildly unconstitutional, but bad argument today, seeing as our government doesn't care about that. But just think about how silly this is. Pushing to ban Sharia law nationwide. Good, do it. Nobody cares. That's not happening. Not even in places like Michigan, not Dearborn. You're not seeing some genuine effort to make some kind of, this is a narrative pushed by Israel, pushed by that kind of mindset to make us think Muslims are taking over our country. There's an undeniable vein of that mindset. Now, to an objective standpoint, should we care? Yes. Does it matter whether that's happening? Of course it does. And if I see that and there's evidence to it, then we should care, whether it's Muslim or Jewish or Christian or, Iran, Israel, or whatever else. It all matters. Evidence matters a little bit more, though, doesn't it? And the point would be you can prove Israel's doing that right now. For crying out loud, look at the legislation. Do you see, in this case, what we're pointing to is Muslim people that exist in this country that then mean there's an underlying, could it be? Yes. Is there evidence of that? Not that I can see. And the reality being that places like Michigan and Dearborn, people walking down the streets like an entire large protest or whatever you want to call it with their own flags, Shihada flags, not ISIS flags, or flags from Somalia or whatever else. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's the same as Israeli protests with Israeli flags or any other idea. But because they're evil Muslims, as this is what Laura Loomer would push. So back to the point, ban Sharia law is an effort to deflect and distract. If I saw it happening, I would absolutely stand against it. Do I want Sharia law? No, I don't want any government at all, let alone some kind of Sharia law that's different. It's just silly. So my point is ban Sharia law in every state, Rob points out to on July 12th. Now, why? And I said, Jesus, Rob, I didn't think you were this stupid or this gullible. Stop allowing yourself to be used by the party just because some of them said the right things during the COVID-19 agenda. And they didn't believe them then either. Most of them got the shot anyway. And of course, also recognize the videos of 2025. Stop letting these grifters use you. I think there's a reason that this is coming out. Right? The reason is that they are deflecting from the other parts of the conversation. Not, right now, if you really pay attention, it's hard to see anybody as the problem other than the United States and what Israel's doing with them. And who's leading, you can decide for yourself. I mean, the sense of like the larger geopolitical conversation, let alone something that's not even actually happening yet, if it ever will. So on that note, talking about what Israel is absolutely a part of that our government's covering up that Rob, I think, cares about, but instead we're worried about some phantom that's not actually happening yet, if at all. New Mexico, says U.S. Justice Department, hindering probe of former Epstein ranch. Now, we've made a point about this, well before the Epstein files, because it was a point. Sorrel Ranch has been something that's within this community is very well known. But after the Epstein file lie, and Posobiec and libs of TikTok carrying these binders and going, oh, we did it, and then lying to you and not doing what they said they would, now shouting you down for caring about it because they're absolute frauds. The point here is that this was the major, there were probably 4 or 5 different examples that I thought were, had some kind of traction. Not this guy said it in an email, therefore we're going to point to it in the files that says Trump's a bad guy. They are bad guys, but there's a lot of subjective evidence in there, not to be ignored. This and a few others were undeniable, meaning that you could prove they didn't investigate, prove that there was definitely evidence, or more so prove that there was, compromising overlaps with people currently in the government. In this case, in New Mexico, as we've already covered, a politician in New Mexico in 2019 sent this to them saying, I got this information, and I've shown you the actual document right from the Epstein files. There were actual video files. They claimed there were bodies that were buried, that women were murdered, and they buried them in this, all of it. Now, look, it may be false, but guess what they've never done? They've never actually followed up on this. Even though Kash Patel, Todd Blanche, Bongino, and everyone else, Biden included, all lied to you, all covered it up. Now, as this current administration continues to lie to you, they're also pushing back very publicly on this one investigation. New Mexico's top law enforcement official on Thursday actually accused the U.S. Department of Justice of hindering the state's investigation into Jeffrey Epstein by withholding unredacted files on the late sex offender. Realize they're supposed to be releasing the rest of this, and they're just simply not. They recently came out and said, we're done. That's not happening. Move on. That's why nobody trusts them, not even their own supporters. President Donald Trump has suggested the country move on from investigating Epstein. You're still talking about Epstein? That'll follow him to the grave. To acting U.S. Attorney Todd Blanche, Torres said the Justice Department had failed to respond to the state request in February February for unredacted files containing names of Epstein survivors. Why would they in any way not really give that? We're talking about the government, guys. The U.S. government is asking the federal government for information that's supposed to be legally required to be released, to you included, by the way. They want survivors, witnesses, co-conspirators, and other individuals essential to the New Mexico probe. So the only thing this suggests is that they definitely do not want people digging into this story, no pun intended. In a statement on Thursday, Torres said the delay, which has now lasted 130 days, was unreasonable under any rule of reason. I mean, this is where the bodies are buried. Again, not a joke. Like, not a pun. That's reality, as they understand, is that they've killed people and buried them here. And that's been verified, or rather suggestively verified, by the evidence we've yet to see. And that's why she's been calling it out, the previous administration, now this current person in the same government in New Mexico. Quote, the DOJ. The DOJ reiterates that it welcomes New Mexico undertaking additional investigations of the Zorro Ranch and stands ready to provide necessary assistance with New Mexico. That's what they said. They literally, this is where we are right now. This government has made the decision that no matter what, just lie. I guess it's been called sort of the Roy Cohen lie, sue, the whole thing. It's what it seems to come from. And Whitney's covered for a very long time, the whole mafioso kind of dynamic and the whole Jewish connection as well. That's very clear, guys. The point in regard to the mafia, that's a historical fact you can look up. In this case, they're failing to give the information. They're willfully denying it. In fact, stating they're not going to give it to them. Then when they have to publicly talk about it, they go, yeah, we'll give them whatever they want. We'll help them. It's on their fault. Then fail to do it. And I mean, even I'm willing to bet that if you got pushed, they'd say, no, we will give them whatever. They just have to ask. And they just know that they can just lie because the system is designed to help them. I don't know how we don't know what, I mean, again, that statement's not even needed anymore. Everyone sees this. And the people that don't, I mean, look, at the end of the day, the reason I think is being lied about is because this is the line right now between everyone aware our government is either broken, corrupt, compromised, occupied, and whether we choose to do anything about that, whatever that may be to you. And they have decided that, look, they see, but they're not doing anything. So let's just lie and move forward. And if they never do anything, then it won't really matter anyway until we get into their technocratic prison, right? And that's where I think it's going. Now, where this overlaps with is international kind of justice, and whether the Trump administration is also just wildly corrupt. The answer is yes. So Israel's been pushing back on the ICC for a very long time because they want to investigate their crimes well before the genocide, the current genocide anyway. And so what's important to understand is that this is about international kind of, accountability. Now, what's important about this is that I don't support the UN or any of these things when it comes to American lives and freedom. That's an important distinction to make here, because what we're talking about here, even though the government are technically Americans, and they are, but it's a different quasi sort of situation where, especially with the Israel overlap, but that you're supposed to represent the Americans as the kind of de facto current government. So what ICC, ICJ, what these things were developed for, I mean, ask yourself this. In a situation where, kind of like where we are right now, where not just one person, but the entirety of the government is compromised or chooses to go awry, do the opposite of what it's supposed to do, right? And I mean, the entirety of the legal system, everything, to where Americans are going, hey man, we don't even care what we think anymore. And they just keep going. And let's even say, look, they make it about the international community. They're murdering people overseas. And our system has no way. This is the whole point about the independent judiciary, which is what Israel's being proven to not have. I made that point years ago. And Lindsey Graham, rest in hell, said, back at that point, ultimately said, that's why we don't get to investigate them, because they have an independent judiciary. Same point here is that the system in this country is not self-enforcing. Nobody's holding anybody accountable. The Congress isn't impeaching anybody for breaking rules. It's a cycle of corruption. So this is why this kind of thing was created, whether dishonest or not. The arguable, ostensible meaning behind it was that who holds the government accountable when they disregard everything that's supposed to hold them in check? That's where this is supposed to step in, where an international entity can step in and go, hey, you're murdering all these people over there, and you're not, your own system is not doing anything about that. And so they step in. Now, is it being abused? Yes. Is it corrupt? Absolutely. But there are still elements of this that have been applied to stop, like what at least was feigned to be done about Israel. So where we are now, and has been since Afghanistan, Syria, it's come up many times, and very much with Israel, where Pompeo, Bolton, numerous times openly threatened the families of the people at the ICC because they threatened to investigate the crimes of Israel or U.S. military in Afghanistan. And so they yelled, threatened to murder them because that shows you're innocent, doesn't it? Per U.S. official on the ICC, this is of today, the State Department is leading a whole-of-government campaign to systematically dismantle the threat posed to the U.S. sovereignty by the International Criminal Court. What they mean is the sovereignty of their government control, whatever that means, not the sovereignty of Americans. As far as the ICC doesn't seem to have any interest in undermining the American people's sovereignty as a country. I could be wrong on that, and it wouldn't surprise me if this entity was bastardized for some other reason. But on the surface, it appears they're trying to call them out for crimes they've committed. What's interesting to me is, like, if you want to take these criminals and take them to The Hague and prosecute them, I'm all for that. If you want to take some American for breaking the law for some reason, that's a different story. I hope you understand the difference there. And this is not in necessarily support. Like, again, my larger opinion is that if we didn't have any of these structures at all, so no government, none of this would be even necessary. You may disagree, but that's an important distinction. Because the reason things like this are even necessary is because government exists. Because eventually government will become what we see today, and there needs to be something out there to check it, because we can't do that. I hope we can get to a point where none of it's necessary at all. Maybe lofty, but I believe it's possible if we can actually let it happen. A wide range of options are currently under consideration by the State Department and interagency partners, including travel bans, visa revocations, increased sanctions on the ICC. Same old stuff they've always done. But the reason I bring it up, Marco Rubio put this clip out. The International Criminal Court, he writes, seeks to become the unaccountable arbiter of the new global law. Now, this has to, I know you see what I'm talking about here. The ICC is not new. It's been around doing the same thing, largely kind of defunct in a lot of ways, for a long time. The reason he finds it threatening, or they do, is because they are creating a new global law. They are the ones creating the new system, which, by the way, it's weird that I got so much pushback, and I still do, for kind of generally talking about this kind of transition, whether it's a network state point, technocracy, but I'm suddenly seeing that it's like super mainstream. Like I told you, like More Perfect Union did a whole thing about the network state agenda. But all of this, right? The idea of like the new global kind of like Trump creating a new global order is, I've seen like major mainstream platforms make that argument. And that doesn't mean that I believe it because they said it. And it doesn't mean you should ignore it because they said it. The facts very much back that up with the new WHO point, the global order, the Board of Peace. That's what these things are. In fact, so threatening to a degree that you have groups that are currently international order who are going, hey, that's problematic. And I don't care what they think. I care because our government's trying to, look, I think right now what we're seeing is this bullying into position for the worst of the worst taking control. And he says, empowered to prosecute and arrest our citizens. No, this is why I made this point. It's empowered to prosecute and arrest power structures, government, people like you who are breaking the law at a global level that nobody can do anything about. That's what it's for. We will teach the ICC the full meaning of American resolve. Because this is a coward who's afraid of being held accountable. So he wants to stand there with the little Rubio and act tough and strong because he's got the backing of some people. These people are not as strong and they project these things because they're weak. That's my opinion. Now, on other corruption levels, because that's what I think the ICC is also a part of, just larger corruption they're involved in. Unusual Whales put this out. Trump personally, and this is insane. Trump personally earned more from crypto than every publicly traded U.S. crypto company, like trading platforms. Donald Trump, the president's haul came to, as they write, at least $1.4 billion in 2025. Coinbase, number 2, $1.2 billion. The entirety of Coinbase made $1.2 billion, and Donald Trump made $1.4 off failed crypto ventures. All of them are like a fraction of what they started as. They yanked all of your wealth, and some of the people still support him. Democrats shorted it or whatever you hear from some people. It's insane. That is blatant corruption. And I called it out like a lot of us did right in the beginning. As Hassan Mafi writes, Americans realizing the president of the U.S. is so corrupt that he's outperforming the entire crypto market with insider trading. Well, it's not just the insider trading. It's about the what they call, the coin endeavors they took that were designed to fail. Rug pulls. They stole from you. Now, on a couple of the points, this is from AP Judge says Trump IRS lawsuit was filed for improper purpose, refers lawyer for possible discipline. There's someone to get into here. Just for inch of time, I think. I didn't actually highlight that much. The point here is simple. It's another example of them misusing their influence. And this is why we've seen so many examples of lawyers, like Abba, for example, or others, that chose not to do what they were pushing them to do, knowing that they were lying, knowing that they were misusing the situation, and the judges ultimately turned it away. But they only wanted the appearance of pushback. They don't. And Trump doesn't care if you lose your job or you get, some kind of a mark on your record for as a lawyer doing what you know is not the right practice. They don't care. And that's why so many people flee from this, because they know you're expendable when you work for people like this. Donald Trump's lawsuit against the IRS over his leaked tax returns was filed for, as they write, the judge writes, an improper purpose. Not the first time this has happened. On Monday, in a scathing decision that referred one of his lawyers for potential disciplinary action and characterized the $10 billion complaint as an exercise in self-dealing. You know why? This says the accused, the judge, I believe appointed by Obama, accused Trump and his lawyers of having manipulated the court system when he sued a federal agency under his control. I mean, think about how insane that is. Trump is so constantly trying to frame himself as like the adversarial position. He is in the power as most as you can have in this situation. And suing the IRS as you're the president is just dumb. It might just be distraction for all we know. But of course, this is what they're calling out. Like, you're abusing your power. Laying the groundwork for a settlement that granted him immunity from his tax audits for like the next 6 years. This is just blatant corruption, guys. Now, because if you're deciding because Obama appointed that person that it's all political, it could be. If you're choosing to state that without any more knowledge other than the name and where they point, then you are part of the problem. That's a very childish thing to do. Obviously, they're all politically motivated, I feel, to some degree or another. And ultimately, it could be because of that. But if you stand back, you can find 16 other rulings in very similar ways that were ruled on by Republican judges. So it's a choice to ignore it. Some people do. Another example, this has to do with the kind of slush fund he was creating. A federal judge nullifies the purported settlement behind Trump's slush fund, $1.7 billion. What was that old thing about spending less? Oh, yeah, we're way past that. Finding there was never a case or controversy and referring his attorneys for possible discipline. Glenn Greenwald, New York Times. The Trump administration issued subpoenas to the New York Times, the journalists who write there, if you want to call them that, who wrote about the new Air Force One and escalation of pressure on the media. Now, of course, the whole argument was that he had to not use it because it was potentially compromised, which, surprise, surprise, you take a gift from somebody that's totally personal. Maybe they put some spot. It almost doesn't surprise. Let's hypothetically that Kash Patel didn't do what he was supposed to, and they didn't make sure it was secure or the Secret Service. It kind of just rings true with what this ridiculous, clownish administration's been doing. Now, who's to say if it's true or not? This is what they seem to push back on. But the reality is they did choose to go with the old one to fly home. That's their argument was it was because the other one was potentially compromised. The FBI had some comments about it. Honestly, at this point, not concerned about it. What Glenn points out is there was a huge scandal in 2013 driven by daily outrage from the right and Fox. And they were right, of course, and I agree, that the Obama DOJ sent subpoenas to the Associated Press and Fox reporters to find their sources, excuse me, and of classified information. Holder stopped the policy. Now Trump is doing the same thing. It just never ceases to amaze me how stupid and blatantly hypocritical these people can all be. The point, as always, is they didn't care then. They just cared about using it against the political side. Now they don't care because they use it because it's in their benefit. Like anything else they're using, like FISA, like everything they're using, even though they said they wanted to stop. It takes a special kind of stupidity to not see where they are right now. And the point is that this is a problem. Whether New York Times, whether they're dishonest or not, because you're violating the idea, and on top of everything, violating the idea of journalism and how this is supposed to work. On top of all of it, what you're really talking about here is a person who basically leaked information. Now, if it comes down to it, the person who actually did it, they can be held accountable because there's no crime being committed here. So the person leaking information didn't do it because they're a whistleblower, did it because they wanted to potentially hurt Trump or gain something from it. That seems like the obvious reality. If it was exposing a crime, well, they would be protected by the law, but they don't care about that either. So it all comes down to an effort to violate the idea of the freedom of the press to get what Trump wants. You can't ignore that. That's just hypocritical. course, here's Hegseth coming out saying, to leak sensitive national defense information, which is not even remotely what that really was, in my opinion. Everything around Trump, his shirt color that day is national security, if they want it to be, is to betray our warriors and put them in danger. Our warriors. He's such a child. That's why the Department of War and Justice have created a joint task force to identify and prosecute leakers. They wouldn't care if what they did was proving they committed a crime. In fact, they would probably go after them even harder. Nothing is sacred to these people. Mike Young points out, and this is a larger story that I think has been ongoing. I mean, it's not just unique to the Trump administration. It happened in his last one. And to some degree, it happened in Biden's administration. A survey of CIA analysts reveals concern that political pressure is undermining the intelligence work of the Trump administration. Oh, God forbid, the intelligence work. But the point is about the dishonesty around it. Mike Young writes, and this is from the article, 2 career intelligence officers got fired for refusing to say that Venezuela was directing a gang it wasn't directing. I made this point the entire time. Was it Tren de Aragua and what overlap coming in this country? Yes, you can show that it exists. MS-13, yes. The point, though, is that it was not some coordinated invasion, even by their own statements. They made it some abstract string of different entries in different places that Biden was slowly doing. And they never cared to prove that. At the end of the day, I'm sure there was a weaponized element there, as most of us who are not partisan can point out. It's a one for the other. Here, we'll let these people in so you can use the justification to get them out. It's all about leading to the control grid, or however you want to look at it. The point, though, is that they came out because they were right and said, I'm not going to argue it's just not true. And they needed that because the administration needed to claim they were justifying the deportations through the Insurrection Act or whatever act they were using at the time. The 3-star general got fired from his agency for accurately assessing the Iran strike damage, which we now know they were lying about. The CIA's own analysts are now telling their internal survey that they're afraid this is a pattern. Yeah, obviously. The point is, guys, nothing matters. They will, if you're not willing to sacrifice your own principles, your own morals to lie for Trump, then you will get thrown under the bus. If you don't see how that reflects on the larger agenda of what they're turning this country into, you're not paying attention. This is the ends justify the means, and to them, that means we can murder, rape, and kill and torture. We can steal and rob and do whatever we want, as long as we get what we claim, what we say we wanted at the end. That is never the case of any honest element. Anything we've ever pretended this country was, whether it is or not, whatever we've ever pretended it was, the ends justify the means is the opposite of that. The very central point to this country was the opposite, was that it matters how we get there. This is turning it all on its head for another country. Now, talking about the data center, which of course is very relevant, and data center flock surveillance and all of it, because what I just described is what this will cover up, right? This whole thing is about creating a structure. And of course, this is my opinion. Now, frankly, it's not actually. My opinion is how they'll use it. The idea that they're building a control grid is publicly acknowledged, stated, pointed to for your safety, for, whatever it is, for whatever narrative that day they want to justify. It is happening. It's the same as many other points I'll make today. We have to get past this game. The Al-Qaeda, ISIS funding, overlap with the U.S. and Israel. Guys, it's a public knowledge point. At the end, I'll just say it now. There's somebody from the FSB from Ukraine publicly acknowledging that Osama bin Laden was a U.S. asset. Are we really pretending that we don't know that today? Some people still are. The adults in the room will, oh, God, how dare you? What a conspiracy theorist, even though you can literally prove it. Check out James Corbett's work and plenty of others. Now, back to the point. This conversation about the data centers, they're building this control grid. And once we're trapped in this control grid of social credit, digital IDs, and all the rest, which is they're emulating other places, it doesn't matter what you think anymore, because you'll get turned off. You'll get boxed out. You'll get potentially put in some kind of digital gulag. That's what we're talking about. Shrewd points out, and this is the data center I used for the show image today, guys. It's one of the largest ever built. See for yourself just how massive Meta's Hyperion data center is. It's hard to overstate just how massive it is. They write massive, titanic, humongous. These words fail to capture the actual scale of Meta's Hyperion data center, now well under construction in Northeast Louisiana. The construction site is one of the largest such projects in all of the United States. They have an interactive map here that you can check out, which shows you the different, like you can zoom in and you can kind of see the different building parts of it. Interesting. But it is huge, because there are cities smaller than this. It feels like it's just, this is, and like the one I believe that I was briefly pointing to today. Hold on, let me scroll back down. Here we go. About the secondary act you might take after the activation tour. That one is 900 acres. 900 acres. I mean, it's just insane. It's absolutely insane what they are taking to make these things. And that I'm using, it's not some kind of like, that is what it is. It's lunacy, because like I said, we'll get into now. There's something very like this is seemingly designed, it feels like, to create a resource choke point. They know basic math. This is unsustainable. What they've already done, if actually seen in fruition, is unsustainable. We will end up in a place where we do not have the resources needed for the entirety of this country, unless there's something changes, importing or whatever you want to talk about. And guys, this is not opinion. You could do the math. Now, I will point out to start, as somebody points out in the chat, they're skeptical that this is even actually happening. Now, I can verify, for example, in these locations that these things are happening. But whether the agenda is what they frame it as, or some kind of a head fake or something else, we should very much always ask that question. Meaning that maybe they're not building these what they will, and so maybe there's no resource issue. It's certainly possible, and we should ask that. But let's go into it right now, because we do see these as if that is what their stated direction is actually what they're going to do. First, secondary actually, local Tennessee officials are putting data center plans on ice to consider regulations. Now, it doesn't mean stopping them. My point, though, is that there is enough pushback in some of these locations, and you've seen it, where they're having an effect, both on flock cameras and elsewhere. So don't stop. Keep standing up for yourself, because it makes a difference, more right now than I've seen in a long time. Now, this is what you're getting from the Fox News, kind of like, I just laughed at this, because right now it is very clear that like surveillance and like what this is, it's not a partisan issue. And I love when that happens, because it clearly shows you that it is the whole lie. It really breaks through the lie of the two-party illusion. But it shows you that when it matters, right now about Israel, I think, about many of these things, that Americans are pretty clearly on the same side. Alex Epstein posts this. The average American needs to know data centers are the best thing that's happened to you since fossil fuels. Okay. All of the alleged problems with data centers are either fake or solvable. Okay, let's listen to this guy.
For helping popularize fossil fuels, and data centers are the new fossil fuels. There's something where people are just looking at the negatives and not the positives, and they're being catastrophist or defeatist instead of solutionist. I mean, what American situation reminds me of is all the people I've talked about in the poor world. You know, you have 3 billion people who have very little electricity, who know nothing of what it's like to...
Oh, yes, always the humanitarian, right? It's all totally about just getting electricity to people. Whether we even ask whether they want any of this. It's like trying to force the vaccines on the tribes shooting arrows at the helicopter. We all saw they don't want what you're selling, guys. This like they frame themselves. We got to bring these things to the people who don't have them. Well, they don't want these things in a lot of cases. And if they do, they don't need you to facilitate this for them through a U.S. agenda. The reality is this is just kind of rationalizing why the thing they want is good because of a different reason. We're doing it for this reason, but hey, look at that. It helps everybody over there, even though almost always that doesn't happen. What they sell us on for all the different agendas. I mean, go down the list. Doge, or even the things they build. It never, the data centers are a perfect example. They do not amount to what they claim they do. Jobs and all this different stuff. Nope, they outsource. Nope, they've automated every time. And there's already examples of this happening. But yeah, they'll sell you on the virtues of everything they want to accomplish. And then once they get what they want, it's like they never even said it.
Abundant energy. Well, you still have 300 million Americans, more or less, who know nothing about what it's like to have access to abundant intelligence. You know, I know a lot of really rich people since I'm in energy, and guess what they have access to? They have access to and spend lots of money on huge amounts of intelligence. They have.
Think about how weird that is. What are we talking about? Do you mean like a Grok that everyone has access to? No. He's talking about some kind of next level, like Intel using algorithms like that. Yeah, that's alarming. And if you think for 1 second that you're going to get access to this kind of like real-time twin, digital twin, medical pre-crime, you're not in the right. You're living in a fantasy world. It's like any other thing that develops. It's floated as this egalitarian. Oh, we're all going to, and then it's privatized and only allowed to. Look at our history. So this guy is just trying to sell you on, oh, it's wonderful as they build the control grid around you. And whether he knows that or not, I don't know. And I could be wrong.
Have custom medical advisors. They have custom tutors. And this enables huge benefits for them and their families that most people can't even imagine.
Yes, well, what these data the way it can be abused. Like, I'm not going to deny that if you have these things, it will gain you some, like, you know, let's, for example, say that you as a child could be educated to a way that might make you more knowledgeable about certain things because it has more access to more information. Possibly, but that's not verified. But my point would be, how do we know it's the full breadth of information, right? Or are you just being propagandized into a dutiful citizen of the empire? That's what this comes down to. In every situation in history, that's what ends up happening. The information and the control flow of information is paramount, even to this very day. And I think that's what it comes down to.
Data centers are doing is they're making this accessible to everybody. So, I have a 2-year-old and an 8-month-old. By the time they're school age, they'll have access to Genius tutors that will be basically free. I already have access to Genius medical advice that can be life-saving. Or
why would it be free? I mean, what world do you think you live in? You know what I mean? Like, this is just, I think at some core point, he knows he's promising the world that will never happen, because I bet you more than anything, I don't even know who this is, but I'm willing to bet you, if you dig in, that he's got some kind of financial connection or some other kind of profiteering, opportunist connection to all of this happening. Just my gut. You can look into it. I could be wrong.
Certainly life improving. Like, these data centers are unbelievable. And the average American needs to know, hey, these things are the best thing that ever happened to you since fossil fuels. And number two, that all of the alleged problems with them are either made up or sometimes they're real, but they're solvable. So if we take a solutionist attitude toward this, and
all made up, but sometimes are real, but those are that's just a dumb way to say that.
Don't let the defeatists win. We can have an amazing future with AI. If we don't, then guess what? We're going to be a lot poorer than we need to be. A lot of people lack access to opportunity. And absolutely, it's a national security risk with respect to China.
God, just lay it all on, right? China, this or that. I mean, that's not even remotely true. Seeing as how the U.S. government, by their own statistics, has 12 times the amount of China, and 45. Last I checked, anyway, 45% of the global building of data centers. I mean, they're just whether he doesn't know, whether he's just relaying what he was told and doesn't know he's wrong, or selling you on this for his own purposes. That's just crazy. Even though, what was the last part he said?
We can have an amazing future with AI. If we don't, then guess what? We're going to be a lot poorer than we need.
Poorer. Like, how did we ever survive without AI? I just don't believe any of this. And I think historically, I think it's pretty damn obvious that this doesn't work out the way he's framing it. That it's going to be something given to the people for the benefit of all. Just not how this works. Now, Wall Street Ape shares this. Data centers in Ohio are preparing to discharge their water usage directly into lakes and streams, and the EPA is working on permits to let them do it. So there's two things to talk about here. The usage of fresh water, and as we'll get into, when they don't need to do that, because they could clearly be using other types of water, non-potable water that might just have more, they would cost them more in managing it. Shouldn't even be a conversation. And on top of that, unless it's there's evaporated cooling where the water ultimately gets evaporated, which is another point, whether it's whatever they're using it couldn't even be reused at that point. But the other ones, if it's not evaporated, it gets dumped. And it can be reused. That's part of what they're doing. But realize that what you're talking about is dangerous, like contaminated water that's going to go into your lakes and streams. It's like Flint's a little bit different the way it happened, but it's a similar point, right? They're choosing to do something they know will hurt innocent people for the data centers. The Ohio EPA is drafting permits to let the wastewater flow straight into our lakes and streams. Oh, you know what? Let me make sure. No, I thought I did grab this. Oh, is that it right here? Oh, yeah, I think this is it.
On average, a single data center uses 500 million gallons of water a day for cooling, according to industry reports. Some of that wastewater could be discharged into Ohio's lakes and streams under a permitting process under review by the Ohio EPA. Environmental groups have concerns about the impact to water quality in rural communities.
It's like a small city, the discharge that will come out of these. And that will, if they don't have a sewage treatment plant, that will go into the streams or the river or another body of water.
Under the Ohio EPA's proposal, data centers that qualify for the water discharge would get a 5-year permit to release water used to cool down tech components.
This is very real. The EPA is proposing those permits to let data centers dump all that water into the lakes and streams. The Ohio EPA proposed a general permit, this one right here, to streamline the approvals for data center discharges of wastewater and stormwater.
Streamline largely meaning that there's no point for you to step in and be like, but we object. Just jump right over that because they don't care.
This covers a couple different kinds of water. It would.
And I'm willing to bet you, just like before. And we just played that clip of somebody asking a local council, tell me if you have any signed contracts or NDAs with these companies. And most of them refuse to answer. Meaning that in these cases, I'm willing to bet you that in some way or another, usually in ways they can rationalize as legal, some kind of kickback or something, where they benefit from these things. Just like with Flint, they benefited. The local government wildly benefited from switching to switching water supplies, which is what caused them all to get sick. And as far as I can tell, they've never actually solved that problem. Welcome to America.
Allow direct discharge into rivers, streams, or Lake Erie under certain conditions. Permits would be for 5 years. So the EPA is reviewing everything. The agency says it's maintaining water quality protections, but it is necessary for economic growth. Data centers bring jobs and tax revenue. So
see this is how they do this. So you're saying it's okay. Well, I know your children may get sick. You might get cancer. It might poison your water supply, but jobs and stuff, which will not equate. It happens every time.
They're willing to let these concerns kind of go off to the side because of the potential jobs and tax revenue. Which
see what it says right there, even thermal. The hot water they release can actually harm the life. Not even getting into what it actually does to the water. Chemicals, potential for biocides, metals, other additives, massive withdrawals and discharges from strained local water bodies, especially during droughts. Environmental, warn of risk of drinking water, recreation. Yeah, who cares about all the things that our population who puts us in power, we pretend, all actually care about? We're going to sell you on revenue that we won't give to you, that we'll sell back to other things. It's just, we are living in such a corrupt time. It's insane. But how long have we been talking about this? Rampant lawlessness. It is an addictive thing for people in power.
We know that there's not really that many jobs that come with these things. It's really just a scam. So the concerns being raised are thermal pollution. The hot water can harm aquatic life. Chemicals, there are real causes during drought. Potential groups like the Great Lakes group, ecosystems. So there are real risks here and
wild. And these are just certain examples. It is happening all over the country. Now, to the water point, which I think is very relevant. Someone in my family recently put me onto this. And it's funny that I didn't even ask this yet, because I was focused on the larger point of it, right? The idea of just the water usage. But I didn't know, actually, again, I'm kind of shocked that I didn't think, well, why would they need to use fresh water, right? It doesn't even make sense. So this is from the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association. Now, and this is just kind of breaking down myth versus reality of the data centers water. There's actually a lot of good information in this. The main point to me, industry estimates show that roughly 75 to 90% of data centers worldwide rely on water-based cooling as their primary method. Now, first, meaning there are other things they could do. That's first. It's a choice. Probably because, as usual, it's easier, it costs less. That's always what it comes down to. Not that it's not possible. But of course, we got to beat China or whatever the narrative becomes, right? Now it says, what about using non-drinking water? Non-potable, it can be called. Unfortunately, most of that cooling water has historically come from potable sources, drinking water, like municipal water or groundwater. So the water you need for your family, for your life, for your garden. That's what they have always accessed. 80 to 90% of the water used by data centers is drawn from blue water sources, like lakes, rivers, aquifers, often the same sources providing community drinking water. In practice, many data centers simply hook up to the local water mains. We know this. This is why Trump pretended they were going to use their own stuff. They're not. I mean, how many times can he lie right to your faces, guys? We're going to make sure they don't use your energy. He's lying. There's countless examples of people's energy bills going up. I've got one today. Or the idea of water being a problem, because they're just, as the majority of them do, the opposite of what Trump promised they would do. Now it says, for example, Loudoun County, Virginia, the world's largest data center hub, supplied around 1 billion gallons of water, plus or minus, to data centers in 2023, mostly relying on treated potable water because reclaimed water capacity was insufficient. So that's basically a choice and a cycle, right? Because there's not enough of the reclaimed water issue, which is basically just finding other ways to reuse water that could otherwise be reused. Not enough. I find that impossible to believe, first of all, but even if it was, you could fix that if you cared. But my main point is that there are ways, like right now, if you just said as a government, Well, you're not allowed to use our water. Figure it out. As a government should care more about its people than the agenda, right? But no, they care more about the agenda than you. So the game is, well, we know you need it, but they do more. Or rather, we need what they're doing, so we need it more. So we'll steal your water, even though we could let them use other water, which would cost more and maybe slow down the agenda, even though we're way ahead anyway. That's the truth. They are anyway. 12 times the amount. Now, it goes on. However, a growing number of data centers are now shifting to recycled water. It's a small number, but it's growing. Tech giants have begun partnering with utilities to use treated wastewater for cooling instead of fresh drinking water. Now, this is a small amount, and it's only happening, in my opinion, because there's so much pushback. I feel like it's a feigned element. It is like here's a new one we're trying, and it's only partly, and we're only doing it sometimes, even though every other one they're doing is not. For example, Google uses reclaimed or non-potable water at over 25% of its data center campuses, and not meaning that they only use that. But as you just saw, they're telling you it's not enough. So the point is 25%, not even all of them, they use it when they can. I doubt that. And so there's nothing binding them. They're going to use what they need to use, especially when it comes down to their profit. And Trump or Biden or whoever else is allowing that. Now it says Amazon Web Services announced in 2023 that 20 of its centers, only 20 out of however many they have, are cooling with purified wastewater instead of potable water. So in a sense, wastewater they then purify before they can use. Okay, so there's some of it happening. Most data centers worldwide are still using fresh water for cooling. That's a fact. As of right now, that's very clearly the reality. Now, to go to the next part. Oops, shoot, I'm glad I kept that highlighted. Here's the article from the American Society of Civil Engineers. You know, that propaganda side. As always, just, anytime it's challenging larger narrative, it's they're the fringe or they're politically motivated. And always possible, always ask. From 2024, engineers often need a lot of water to keep data centers cool. Now, this is still currently the reality. It says, why don't more data centers, because the last one was more of the current, some of them are trying to do something different. Why don't more data center operators monitor water usage? First and foremost, well, more than 60% simply publicly tell you there's no business justification to do that. And do you know why there's no business justification? Because the government or anybody else involved doesn't care. Now, if they said, well, hey, you've got to make sure you're monitoring your water because our people might die, well, they would then have to do that. Otherwise, they wouldn't get the contract. You see how that works? So the government is going, well, the corporations are going to be as slimy and gross as the government allows them to be. Or, whatever other tangential government enforcement elements. And that's the truth. That's why if they're rampantly lawless, well, so too are all the companies that they're now merging with in the first place. But 60% will happily go, well, we don't need to. Why would we do that? And from a business perspective, they're not wrong. So your government is part of this. And this is where you get into the whole fascistic kind of blending of government, corporate entity, and the government. That's what we're dealing with. That's why they don't care, because they're also profiting. But down here, data centers can use numerous water supply sources, including potable, drinkable water, treated effluent water, or reclaimed recycled water. The quality of the cooling water, however, can affect the equipment's useful life. God forbid, right? Reclaimed water, for example, meaning used other than what you need for drinking, can cause more corrosion, scaling, microbiological growth in the equipment than does potable water. There you go, guys. We would have to spend more. So God forbid that your life and safety and your children's lives and safety should matter more than whether these billionaire companies have to spend a little bit more on the equipment they need to build out the new control grid around your life, which will then give them billions more dollars. Now, I'm not going to try to diminish the probably lots and lots of money, but when you really factor in somebody like, the old, like you taking whoever it is today, probably Elon Musk, actually it is the most richest person alive. The argument was back in the day with Bill Gates. And this was like a mathematical thing. He could sit there, hypothetically having just piles of $100 bills in front of him and shovel it into a fire. And hypothetically a fire that would never go out, right? Just shovel it into the fire. That the math was that he's making so much money in interest while he stands there that he could not burn it fast enough, that he's still making money while he's shoveling $100 bills in the fire. That's just so grotesque. The point here is that this is where we are. These people are so wealthy, and we're talking about the billionaire tech companies, the massive data center. Yes, they're very rich. And the idea is that you could create a circumstance that would actually make people's lives matter. and they would spend a little bit more. But no, your government with them is choosing to put your life in the line so they can make a profit and arguably do better than everybody else. That's what happens when you get a CEO-run government, guys. Welcome to technocracy. Welcome to Prospera and the seasteading movement and the network state agenda. The oligarch run. Yeah, this is what they're selling you. I hope you're paying attention. Oh, you know what? I forgot to download this. Hold on. I got distracted while I was grabbing this. I forgot. This is, I need to go to the Facebook download. Let's see if I can grab this real quick. This is a clip about a local person in Tennessee, I believe, speaking about the data centers. I just want people to see it's everywhere. People are coming out to stand up for this, and I hope you support them.
You are not going to get a lot of return.
Where was that? Here we go.
We've heard a lot about water, how these things take water and how they pollute water. We've heard about power. Some states, power bills almost doubled because of how much power these things take. I want to really talk about two things. How does this affect livestock? How does this affect cows, horses, and everything else? And then what we can actually do about it, because I actually disagree that we're powerless. I believe we actually have a lot of power that we can use that they don't realize. I talked to a...
Oh, I'm sorry. It was Texas. I'm overlapping with all the stuff I did today with the Tennessee ones that we're hopefully going to protest. Either way, same conversation. They were promised that it wouldn't affect their bills, and it is anyway. Promised it wouldn't affect their water, and it is anyway. It's not a new story.
Farmer, just north of Dallas. A data center went up right across his farm. 2 straight years, no new caps. Stillbirths. If that noise and heat does that to the cattle, what is it going to do to our horses? Hell,
I mean, look, that's assuming that all he's really talking about is the heat and the noise. I mean, it's certainly possible that alone could cause that, but every one of them are stillbirths? That seems like something more of a pollutant, something else entirely, guys. And this is not the first time I've heard this.
What are they going to do to us? That noise can travel up to 5 miles, and the heat dome these things create also travel up to 5 miles. Not only do they take our water, not only do they take our land, not only do they cause pollution, but the light pollution harms our livestock. The noise pollution harms our livestock and ourselves, and so is the heat. And I want to address, one of the elephants in the room, because these big tech folks, they want us to believe that we are powerless. That's what they want. They say we're inevitable. I actually disagree. I think we are the ones that are inevitable. Because this is the deal. I argue they're illegal. I do believe these data centers are illegal.
People are standing up everywhere, guys. Very important. So, More Perfect Union put out another clip here about another Zuckerberg data center in basically in Louisiana, the size of Manhattan. The clip you can watch. Meta now says the data center will cost over $50 billion. And of course, the state is giving the tech giant a 20-year tax exemption. It's like this is designed, guys, and they don't care what it does to the local communities. They just try to pretend that it's only going to be for your benefit. And even now, as people are protesting everywhere, they just act like you're the problem. Here is Daily Mail. Deadly bacteria found in major U.S. cities' wastewater system tied to Mark Zuckerberg's $800 million data center. One second. Checking something. Okay, good. No, so this is not, we showed you this in the last show. The last, I believe it was the last one. Now, who's to say whether this was, bottom line is that this is something that it demonstrates the lack of concern for the surrounding environment. Whether this is malfeasance or just kind of like the logical side effect of whatever they're putting in the environment. Deadly bacteria found in major U.S. cities' wastewater system tied to Mark Zuckerberg's $800 million data center. You think it's going to stop it? This one's in Wyoming. Nope, they're doing it in Louisiana. They're doing it in Texas. Doing it in every single state in this country. And you realize that these things are secondary thoughts. It's happening everywhere, and no one's even slowing down. Your government doesn't care. All data centers are consuming, this one writes, 264 billion gallons of water as droughts hit 63% of the United States. Future historians, this person writes, are going to have a nightmare trying to explain why we ran out of drinking water because we needed to cool down the machines generating 4K AI fruit videos. Joking kind of, but if this is real and this is the direction it's going in, this seems like a designed choke point, or that they just care that little about our lives that they're willing to do this right in our faces. Now, overlapping this with the flock conversation, which I also think is important. We just talked, this is the same episode I was pointing to before. The flock revolution is about the idea of people standing up to specifically the flock cameras, but it's only one. It's only one example of a larger agenda, but it matters. And I think, and we should also be aware, as I pointed out last time, just like I said about the data center point or any of these, be aware that maybe this is being used to distract us. Maybe the flock was a red herring and it's going to be a different one. The point is they exist. And as long as people are standing up and becoming aware of the larger surveillance agenda and the violation of our rights, I think it's a net positive. But nonetheless, be aware, because there's tons of grifters who are out there talking about flock. And I argue at some point you're going to see a turn where it's some kind of a rationalization or whatever it is. But even though it's being used, it doesn't mean that anybody else talking about it is therefore obvious. It could just be that you don't know it's being used, or maybe you were making points that are valid, which I think is happening. I think Jason Bassler and plenty of others are making very good points every day about why this needs to be stopped. But as the rest of the grifting new media tries to use it, be aware of that too. It's just about questioning everything, right? And so when this becomes weirdly allowed on this platform, whatever else, like that feels like, I agree. I sense there's something here happening. But at the same time, regardless of any of it, it violates your rights. It's illegal that it's happening in general. And ultimately, this is being used to collect your data and create some kind of massive database. ISIS using them. Like, all these things are real. So it matters. We also talked about the idea of you're being called a terrorist if you resist data centers or any of this. And Israel's clear infiltration of flock and AI surveillance through many different companies, like everything else we're talking about. Even Robert Barnes. I only say that because he's somebody who seemed to blindly support Trump all until he suddenly didn't. Security researcher Ben Jordan reveals that flock cameras are secretly creating a GPS tracker for every car in America, and it's already live. Now, this is no different. I mean, technically, this is, I'll get into just a couple points around this. We talked about Leonardo and Signal Trace and Sight and all these different examples of all connected to Israel, like literally packed to the hilt with Israeli intelligence on every one of these companies. This is about is discussing the idea of the tracking of the cars through these cameras, not necessarily adding a new technology to it, which is just insane. But then once they add this, which I think is already happening, these cameras have already been shown, as I've talked about in that last episode I just showed you, being a terrorist if you resist these things. Leonardo and Signal Trace, they can simply add these onto the cameras. I bet you it's already happening, and they can absorb your text messages when you walk by. They can literally access Wi-Fi devices and all kinds of stuff. It's in their own documentation, tied directly to Israel. Surprise, surprise. But as Robert writes, Fourth Amendment violation. It's simple. Why doesn't that matter? It should. Shall not be infringed until they infringe on all of it for their current agenda that day.
Yesterday in Greene County, a deputy was arrested.
Oh, actually, that was the wrong one. Oh, it's this one.
License plate readers take a time-stamped photo of every vehicle that passes every camera. Police can search your historical travel information for 30 days.
This creates a searchable database of everyone, not just the suspects of crime.
Security researcher.
And this day for days, guys, you can prove it goes, they use it, they sell it. So this is sort of a mainstreamy coverage of this. It just shows you that it's definitely getting into the everyone's consciousness. But just realize that they say, hold it for days. It's like, no. It's been very clearly shown that they don't have anything sacred. As I showed you that local county who rescinded the contract because they signed it. And the part that in the contract that said they will not sell your data that they signed was removed later, even though they signed it. And so they removed their contract with them. I mean, just thank God that people have some honest people in their county.
Ben Jordan.
And it's like if you were to build a graph of that sheet, and plot it to a map, now it's as if you've had a GPS on your car for an entire month. By your own publications, 700,000 crimes a year are solved with Flock?
Flock Safety Chief Communications Officer Josh Thomas.
Reported crimes in America, yeah. So there's a lot more that probably are being helped that aren't being reported. But yes, we have about 700,000 crimes that we are aware of that are being solved in part with evidence that's derived from a Flock safety device.
Now, we've already shown you many times, right? That like two examples on Twitter that even the community note system called out, where they claim that, look, we solved this crime. And then the local police department comes out and says, we didn't even utilize that. Like that was superfluous. It wasn't even part of the investigation. So why do they have to lie about it? Like, why would they brandish all these examples when those examples turn out to be false? Maybe because they're not being honest about how it works at all, guys.
In order for that historical data to be of investigative value, you have to track every car for 30 days.
Again, I would challenge you on the word track. Tracking the whole of your movements is very different than knowing that you passed by one specific camera, 24 specific cameras. Those are different things.
Yeah, of course, unless those cameras are on every street corner, which is what they're building towards, but also it's already been used, even with limited information, to unjustly arrest people who were not guilty. I've already played those videos for you, simply because they drove by a camera and ended up in another location where they used that to go, well, you're most likely the case, and then arrest that person. And I'll show you an example next where they ended up in jail for days, even though they weren't guilty.
And then the examples of tracking that vehicle from location to location to location.
But Flock's own webinars talk about its license plate reader's ability to track vehicles and people.
If you want to know how bad this Flock camera situation is, just watch the first 24 seconds of this video. Flock says its cameras don't track people. Its own training videos say otherwise.
See, that's an inherently dishonest point. Like that guy is knowingly lying to you. So is the guy from Flock, like openly deceiving you and gets called out every day on Twitter. That's why they've turned off all their comments. Like they know what they're doing. Now, that's insane to think about. A company that's it's got 5,000, 6,000 followers on Twitter. It's reasonably new, clearly has a contract throughout this entire country with their government, and nobody wants it, and it's just kind of quietly growing anyway. You have no influence on what happens in this country if you haven't caught on by now, guys. At the very least, not enough to do anything about it. And I'm not saying that so we go give up. I'm saying that we need to realize where we are so we can fight back to actually controlling the direction of our country.
Watch this. My mouth literally dropped within 24 seconds. I'll play a little bit more for you, but just this first part is wild. Pay very close attention to when he says, this is a police department and these are all the other agencies and departments that it's sharing its information with. It's mind-blowing. It's literally crazy. Watch this.
In Boulder, Colorado, inside a small coffee shop.
The brighter areas are where the really high density of Flock cameras are.
Will Freeman runs the largest police camera tracking system in the nation.
If you click on any of these police departments, it'll show you who they're sharing with. So the lines going outward are the agencies that can access their data directly.
It's called DFlock. The app shows where the cameras are and which way they're pointed. How many cameras have you mapped?
88,970 cameras at the moment.
Why did you want to do this?
The main reason is to show people how invasive this is.
Now, the case that was confusing because it's a clip, it's like a part. The DFlock, as you guys know, because of what we've covered and plenty of others, is the site built to track that. But what they were highlighting is that the information that they show through their own Flock information demonstrates that it's obviously more than just a short-term tracking, but also that it doesn't connect to other people. This is why the ICE overlap comes in. And ICE has personally bragged about this, that they use it to track people. So they know they're lying to you. And I hope that really resonates with what that's the company has to lie about that. What are they really doing? Jason Bassler adds, want to hate Flock more? Flock actually runs an integrative monitoring interface called Nova. It gives cops a single screen that merges the automatic license plate reader hits, dispatch logs, jail records, and public data. So it's with every other aspect they've now merged together that Israel also has access to because they've made those agreements, turning your city's surveillance into a real-time search engine. Big loss for civil liberties. Just doesn't stop. That's not even new. Jason Bassler, Flock isn't the only concern. Ever heard of the Axon Light Post? It's a networked surveillance node with microchips, cameras, real-time feeds, Flock tracks plates, and everything else, as we've already shown. Axon LP tracks everything around them, which I'm arguing is just basically what Flock is turning into and already probably is to some degree. Two companies, one goal, the normalization of total surveillance. I mean, these light posts are what you're seeing in places like the UK. I mean, this is happening, guys. It's amazing. We can't, where is the real... like what we're seeing with Flock, even though I'm worried that it will start to be used or misrepresented, is a real pushback. There are real Americans who truly stand up and do this because they recognize this is something bigger than just Flock cameras. I think that's obvious. Now, this goes into something more that you might have seen going around, and it's not something that should be ignored, but as far as I could tell, it's not actually happening yet. Wired covered this in 2023. Axon's ethics board resigned over taser-armed drones. So as we've seen in many other examples in this government or other companies in this country, Axon's ethics board, the board resigned because they didn't like the direction it was the ethics board. So clearly the company didn't care about ethics. Then the company bought a military drone maker. So it's not a secret where Axon is going, but the question is whether or not they actually followed through with taser-armed drones because the patent was clear. The argument is they didn't really do it because the board guys resigned. But as they say, they then went on to buy a military drone maker, so it feels like it kind of went forward. But at the moment, it's not shown to be deployed or used anywhere as far as I could tell. But it is real. Now, on that note, just a random coincidence, June 29, 2026, hey, Trump bought as much as $5 million in Axon stock before ICE sought $220 million taser deal. It's almost like you can't hide from this stuff. So whether they're drone tasers or not, you're working with a company that is helping ICE using this data, who uses drones, who makes tasers, that maybe one day, very recently, they'll put those things together. Like, is it even that hard to wrap your mind around? Trump benefiting from it is just the icing on the corruption cake that we're pointing to. That's just insane, guys. I've never seen such blatant corruption in my life. As the article writes, Axon software works to combine live feeds from body cameras, drones, fixed cameras, and other sources. So like Jason was just talking about, the thing they're doing that they've already built is actually designed to combine these things together. It's like they're designed to do that. It's crazy, right? Axon announced a Ring partnership in 2025 that we've talked about already, that lets Ring users voluntarily, not even close to what's actually happening, share footage with law enforcement through their evidence platform. Now, in many cases, those are things that you like check the box for agreeing to the term of service, don't even realize that you've allowed them to access your thing. Or in other cases, they just do it without asking. But what we found is they can access your Ring camera, they can access your Tesla or whatever else for national security, for crime, or maybe just because we want to catch that immigrant. They're doing that. And they're using it everywhere. Now, I shouldn't say everywhere in the sense that's all the time everywhere, but there's been examples of it all across the country, and it is happening. Axon's Fusus platform separately aggregates shared community cameras, body cameras, drones, and other feeds into a real-time map. So they're creating what is a real-time database, as he was just highlighting. The map that you can access, as well as the actual combination of the different devices they're using that they put out. It's almost like it's very public, isn't it? It's almost like this isn't a theory at all. Crazy, right? Jason Bassler, and we showed you this already, the new gold standard of anti-surveillance accountability just dropped. People have been getting cease and desist letters because they're talking about flock cameras. Come to the attention of Flock Group that you have engaged in conduct involving an unauthorized dissemination of photographs, videos, memes, screenshots. Yeah, welcome to the woke right, or whatever you want to call it. 'Cause it's not right or left, but there's plenty of people on the right who are defending this and saying it's wrong for you to break these things down. It's against the law. Clearly because they care about the law everywhere else. No, the point is that, if you're going to scream about them, memes and pictures and how dare you, and then you're just the same as what you made fun of. No, Jason Bassler. Oh, actually, damn it, I forgot this one too. Let me grab this. I did want to play this because I find this really revealing. This guy just screams some kind of he seems to just go, Epstein's a cool guy and how dare you not release the files and whatever. This guy just plays like this weird bipolar kind of, who knows? Maybe it's just about clicks and shares. He gets a lot of attention. But Nick Fuentes, and I'm not going to get into the dumb ongoing personality wars going on. He has a statement about flock cameras that Jason talks about. Did I grab that already? I think so. And it's just this typical, I don't even want to read it. I'll just play it for you and we'll talk about it. But it is a very telling take on all this. So let me grab this for you. And the whole point is that, as we know, there are people all over the place who are acting, whether you agree with the action or not, who are taking down cameras, what they believe is their right to act against an unjust law. And in fact, I don't disagree. The question is, will the power structure care whether you think you're right or the constitutional rights support you? Here we go. Here's what Nick Fuentes had to say about people taking down flock cameras.
About the good work, brother.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Sneeko more like Freako sent $20. Sorry if you've answered this, but what do you think about people destroying flock cameras? IMO too risky, too reckless.
It's dumb. It's dumb. And it's not going to stop it. That's not the way. They're putting them up. They put up like 1,000 of them every day. So I think that's just a LARP. Oh, well, definitely don't shoot them with the BB gun. It's like, grow up. Will you fucking grow up already? Stop the LARP.
Gasolina 420 cent $100.
I mean, okay, so you could argue. Where was that? There we go. Well, first I'll read what Jason said. It's dumb and it's not going to stop it. And he says, calling pushback dumb is peak defeatism. What's the alternative? Allow our kids to inherit a permanent tracking grid? Now, look, there's some level of the point there, right? Is this meant to serve the opposite? Are we being led into some kind of action that will be used against us? That's certainly possible. But I agree with Jason's point. What is your alternative? It's happening. They're building them. And you're just going to use it against you. Okay, then what? Inevitably let it happen regardless? That's like the other guy's argument. If you cut them down, they're only going to build them faster. Okay, then your answer is then do nothing and let it be built irregardless? Or just to be clear, I said regardless. I never would say the word irregardless. The point is build them regardless. I think that's an insane stance to take. And I'm not suggesting, maybe they do have an answer. Maybe there's another thing they think they should do. But what I thought was very relevant, as he says, apathy isn't wisdom, submission isn't an option. I pointed out, well, one could almost call this being black-pilled. Exactly what people like this called us when we were telling you what was going to come. With Trump, with Iran, with TikTok, with the whole thing. Israel. And that's why the IMA was created. We've talked about it many times. These, like Alex Jones leading the charge, black-pilled, purity test. And we were right. Like many of the times before that, demonstrating our value. In this case, you may not agree with the physical action. There's plenty of other ways to push back on this, but to simply just grow up already because the law, quit LARPing. Everything his entire thing is, the whole partisan thing, that's the LARP, guys. Playing into the partisan division. I mean, come on. I know people can see this by now. He may be entertaining, and maybe he even means what he says. I don't know. But what I do know is that anybody playing into the division tactics and all of this is part of something leading you astray. DeFlock pointing out, so his argument, what are you going to, who don't push, basically, you're dumb if you do something about it. Or violently, or rather just physically, is his point. DeFlock, saga out of Volusia County, Florida. 23-year-old woman spent 13 days in jail, 13, for a fatal hit and run. Instead of comprehensive investigation, what they're paid for, the Florida Highway Patrol allegedly leaned heavily on a single flock camera ping, like I just told you. So that person was pinged right when this happened. That must be them, right? Turns out, in case you missed the point, wasn't them. Read the article right here, that she was falsely accused. She was not guilty. 13 days in jail. And so Nick Fuentes, what do you suggest? As people are being arrested by the state that you seem to support here and there for things they didn't do, because a camera that violates our rights in the first place and shouldn't even be installed is building out around us. Now, sure, you may not agree with the action of taking it down, but what else do you fill in the blank, guys? Because none of those people are saying, well, then we should do this instead. I mean, I know, I'll leave it there. It kills me, guys, because this is a crazy time where what's happening is very real and very, very provable. And people like that want to gaslight you into thinking that, I don't know, voting is going to make it something different. Go out for the midterms. How is that still happening? The Patriotic Blonde. 9 more officers have been arrested and discharged from duty for using flock cameras. It's just one after another, guys. And some will go, that's showing you the system works. Well, it's not, because we just showed you people getting arrested without charge. It's exactly the problem. And this is not a bite. This is the system, guys, because it's happening everywhere because there's no real structure here.
Hired. Investigators say Quenisha Goss accessed flock data for personal reasons multiple times over the course of 3 months without law enforcement justification. A similar story in South Georgia. 5 Albany officers were arrested on Monday. You see their names listed there. The GBI says an internal audit found that the officers used the flock system multiple times for non-law enforcement purposes. All of those officers have been fired. And just a few weeks ago in Cherokee County, our own Atlanta News First investigation found these 3 deputies have been fired for allegedly misusing flock. Sergeant Mike Creedon, Lieutenant Chris Bryan, and Deputy Cynthia Jodeci were all charged earlier this week.
No, look, I'm glad they're held accountable. The real question, though, on top of all of it is, will they actually be? Announcing something is very different than seeing it in the fruition, right? Whether these people get dropped and removed to another department, which is what usually happens behind the scenes. It's like the Catholic Church and the pedophilia conversation. Well, they just, oh, how dare they? And then they move them to a quiet church somewhere else where there's still plenty of children. It's not a secret. So I don't know. I mean, I will say that I'm glad it's happening. I'm glad they're being pointed to. But the real question is not even about whether this shows the system working. It's that the abuse is possible. Why are we building a system where anybody who has access to it can choose to use it for negative purposes? Like that is, and the question on top of that is, he's just a local enforcer. What happens when the government chooses to use it for bad purposes? Well, guess what? There's no one to hold him accountable. We just talked about that. You don't let it happen in the first place, guys. You don't rationalize why the bad thing might be okay because look, it works. It violates your rights. You know, it's like these things need to be the starting point, guys. And this is the whole problem, is that there are people that are pushing this to a degree that might even believe they have the right intention, but it's broken. The logic isn't there. Jason writes, they want you to believe your voice doesn't matter. Yet in the last few days alone, LAPD canceled its Flock contract. Meta canceled Muse Image AI after privacy outrage. One of the largest planned U.S. data centers was killed by local opposition. The surveillance state isn't inevitable. It advances when people are apathetic. That's what we were just pointing to. It retreats when people fight back. It can anyway. Public pressure works. Can. Keep pushing. 100% agree with that. Los Angeles Police Department is ending its agreement with surveillance tech company Flock Safety, as he was highlighting. LAPD said the language that's in the agreement over how the data is being used and collected, that Flock has been asked to re-examine it. It's like everything else, guys. And I don't even know if they really cared. I think they just know that people are paying attention. See, that's what really comes down to, is the worry of accountability. And the idea is that they know the contract's broken. Flock is a criminal organization, as far as I can tell. The idea that you're just simply removing things from contracts, and you have to understand, they can come at you and call, you cease and desist for saying things they argue are inflammatory. You could prove this. I can show you the local county that literally rescinded the contract because they, on record in a public government meeting, said that Flock removed the sentence after it was signed. Or the many other examples where they're violating or the sharing information, holding it too long, selling it, all of these things. It matters. This is what I was saying earlier. I'll read what this person said. And this is another post. Texas, the police in Houston, according to this report anyway, are panicking and they started an immediate investigation as citizens continue to destroy Flock cameras. Good. I think it's a good thing people are choosing to stand up. The police are struggling to make a single arrest because nobody in the city is assisting them. You see how this works? And this is clearly something that I think, now you may disagree with the tactic. Like I too argue that you're talking about a tactic that could be perceived to be more, lawless in its own way. And that's a fair argument. I happen to disagree because what we're dealing with is lawless enforcement from the get-go. You're dealing with something that is lawless as it's being placed in. Stopping that does not seem lawless to me. But either way, the point is there's a fair argument to be made about a different path that could be taken. And this person says, doesn't it make you guys even slightly skeptical that this narrative has been so prominent on here pretty much 24/7 over a week now and is being pushed by so many bad actors? Is that being blackpilled? Now, first of all, yes, we're slightly skeptical, as I pointed out more than once. And Jason has mentioned it as well. So the argument somehow that I'm not saying this is what you're putting forward, but others have put in our face that we're just so blindly supportive of the thing. That's not true. This is usually what you get from the partisan kind of game where it's all or nothing, or they hear from Fuentes what they say we're saying, which isn't even accurate. I've seen Fuentes say things about Whitney Webb that were verifiably false, that then get shared by others as fact forever. That's what happens because they don't do their due diligence. They don't care. They're fast and loose with their language. And I simply said, no, it's a valid question. First of all, no, it's not blackpilled, right? Because it is a valid question. Just to consider it. I went over it in my last show, as I did. There's clearly an effort to co-opt this growing awareness, as there always is. But that does not mean the effort is false. It can, but that doesn't verify that it's happening doesn't therefore equate to that. You should be asking that question, but don't assume it. In my experience, it usually means the opposite, though. Regardless, question everything, right? But I've done this a while, and what I tend to see is that when people when you get this momentum after it's already kind of, I saw it with the yellow vests. I saw it with the what was the other one? Oh, the massive worldwide response to pushing back against the genocide. Or was it the genocide? It was the No, it was the protest movement. That's right. Well, it was the genocide, but it was the movement they tried to call anti-Semitic and the protesting of camp that went worldwide. It just didn't get much attention. And so the point is, could that mean that it's some secret Democrat or whatever? Yes, it could. But the truth, when you look into it, is that usually it's because somebody's trying to suppress what is actual momentum with people that will, the biggest worry to any power structure, to any government, is that the majority of people will stand against them. They probably have nightmares about that, especially today. And that is why they need to suppress any movement that is momentum. And that's whether we agree, like Operation Wall or Occupy Wall Street, for example. You may disagree with what they were trying to accomplish. You may think that it was, politically. At the end of the day, it had momentum, and the only reason it failed is because you can look back and prove that the FBI, basically led the movement to the ground, different positions in the front of the movement, and basically turned it into a circus show. And that's how this works with any of them. They try to downplay the reality of it for their own interests. So question it. I hope you do. I am, but also see that regardless of it, there are honest people in this that are doing it for the right reasons. Now, Dylan Ullman, getting into the overlap with ICE, there is an AI whose entire job is to read your medical file and tell armed men where you sleep. It's called ELITE. Stands for Enhanced Lead Identification and Targeting for Enforcement. Here's the article from 404 Media. ELITE, the Palantir app ICE uses to find neighborhoods to raid. In 2025, ICE signed a deal with the agency that runs Medicaid and walked away with the records of nearly 80 million patients. ICE. Does that make sense, right? Your name, your address, everyone who lives in your house, every line you wrote on the form to get your kid seen at the local pediatrician. Then the AI pulls your health records, cross-references every other government file it can reach, and assembles a dossier with your name on it, then stamps a number on your home. A confidence score. How certain the machine is about where you sleep, printed as a percentage. Not whether you're an immigrant or not, everybody. This is a number that an agent reads before he comes to your door. There is no way to separate the undocumented from everyone else in the data ICE was given. You see, and this is the point, just like we just went over with the flock cameras, everything else. The argument is about the problem, but what they do to get to that is surveil everybody. Now, you could think that that's just them not caring about your rights. Maybe that's the case. I frankly think it's an excuse. The goal was to surveil everybody. The excuse was the immigrants because they know some people are motivated behind that. So they use that. They surveil everybody, including you who support them going after immigrants, and they continue to do it under the justification they need to actually get the evil bad guys. So everyone is in it. Everyone. Every citizen who ever enrolled. And the AIs, and this understand whether it's about the Medicaid point or the entire surveillance database for all the different angles, because include the flock camera thing we just went over, where everything you ping and everyone you connect to gets labeled in database. You become a searchable database. You combine that with the medical side. You combine that with the, what was the other one I was just talking about? You have the medical, you have the idea of basically Palantir has taken over, and as well as the kind of tech side of the whole thing, all of these different databases that they've unsiloed, jammed together for their machine learning, for the AI point of it, and then basically just turn this into a free-for-all. But the point becomes that they have access to all of this. And so now it becomes a master searchable database with all these different connected data points where they can then turn it into some kind of predictive program. That's what this is. Where was I? And it says, and the AI's targeting net is wide enough to catch a naturalized grandmother whose green card paperwork went cold 20 years ago. One old form, one wrong zip code, one high elite score, and your address is sitting on the morning target list of a federal agent that shows up armed. Now, you may think, oh, good, get the illegal immigrant, which is not even what they're really talking about there. The point, though, is that this becomes a surveillable database for everybody. Now, even if right now it's only aimed at immigrants, they could decide to do it. What if the Democrats become in power? And you think that's even though I'm saying that to appease those that think it's different, the truth is it's the same government doing it for the same reasons. At the end of the day, whatever they decide, they move on to the next thing. What if it's just people who realize the government's supporting Israel instead of us? That becomes all of us, doesn't it? That's the point. The AI does precisely what it was built to do. One old form, one old zip code. That's why I read that. It says what it's built to do tirelessly at a scale no secret police in history could have staffed with human beings. For a decade, they aimed your fear at the sky, at the artificial intelligence that might one day disobey. The AI reading 80 million medical files tonight obeys perfectly. That was always the one to be afraid of, flawless and sleeping, holding the leash for the men with the handcuffs. It's a good point. Here's the article. Palantir is working on a tool for immigration, and this is from January, guys. So this is happening already. That populates a map with potential deportation targets, brings up a dossier on each person, and provides a confidence score on the person's current address. Now, what do they already use that for? Do you remember? The idea that they might have an immigrant, well, they can kick your door down. They are, even though they do need a warrant, and their weird ICE warrant doesn't legally apply because a judge already ruled that way, they don't care, and they're still doing it. And so the point is, they can just say, well, there might be a guy, and burst in your door, even if you're a U.S. citizen, and detain you, as it just happened. I just showed it in the last show. A U.S. citizen. And they didn't care. Now, that has to matter to people. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, the idea, not some natural item, some green card, which doesn't, it's the same difference, by the way, for you to understand your rights. But for them, it would matter. It's a U.S. citizen born in this country who has a right to their home. They kick in the door and are incorrect because of these broken systems. And they hold a U.S. citizen to the ground. They arrest the ground. They're Americans, and it doesn't matter. Because apparently it's all about just, rights don't matter when you don't like the brown people that might be a problem, that maybe are illegally here. And that's what some people are actually doing. It is a fringe of even the real movement. The tool receives people's addresses from the Department of Health and Human Services, among the range of other sources, according to the material. Elite has already been used by ICE to target specific areas. According to sworn testimony from an ICE officer in Oregon, in October, immigration officers waited in 3 unmarked SUVs outside an apartment complex in Woodburn. They went on to bust a driver's window, pull a 45-year-old woman from the van, used ICE's facial recognition app, Mobile Fortify, also an Israeli tech app, on her, and agents had the goal of making 8 arrests per team per day, a quota. Oregon Live reported lawyers representing the woman say authorities arrested her more than 30 other people in a dragnet. They broke windows, they busted in doors when they don't even know who's guilty, guys, because they argue the AI said that was logical. Quote, the fact ICE is using this app proves the completely indiscriminate nature of the agency's aggressive and violent incursions into our communities, including the homes of American citizens. This app allows ICE to find the closest person to arrest and disappear, using government and commercial data with the help of Palantir and Trump's Big Brother database. It makes a mockery of the idea that ICE is trying to make our community safer. Rather, agents are reportedly picking people to deport from a country the same way you'd choose a nearby coffee shop. In many cases, incorrectly is important to include. In their testimony, JB said, quote, it's a tool that we use that gives you a probability, but there's no such thing as 100%. As always, make sure you do your due diligence on each target to confirm. Okay, great. So tell that to the person's door you kicked in without due diligence. It's nice to say that and all. Not 100% means you can't use that to arbitrarily arrest a woman and put her in jail for 13 days. That's what I say. Rights and all. They don't care. This has been used since January or well before. And to show you here, Mobile Fortify and Clearview AI, which we've talked about both extensively, DHS is using Israeli phone hacking software. That's what they're using, guys. We have been infiltrated in every possible way around this, even the government, it would seem. And this is how ICE knows who is there. All that information now accessible by a foreign power. Clearview AI, same point, already has a program for facial recognition that they're also using for ICE and everything else. It's building the control grid around you, guys. It's happening in real time. David Beer pointing out a theme in ICE shootings is putting their bodies in front of operational vehicles, right? So they step in front of a vehicle that might be already moving. This practice is dangerous for the officers and manufactures a reason for them to shoot drivers if they make one wrong move. One witness says the victim said, I tried to stop. So you have literally, the guy was bleeding from his head on the ground. People are trying to help him. And he goes, I tried to stop. This is a person who they ultimately were lying about in the first place, who then tried to move away, who is not legally required to stop for some immigration enforcement. That's the point, guys. And they just shoot him in the street. These are people being shot in the American streets every day because they're enforcing an illegal enforcement. That's what ICE is right now, what they are doing in every way, not identifying themselves, not giving warrants. It's just like they don't even care, guys. Where are the actual Americans who care about the rights they're violating? For green card holders, for people who have visas, and for Americans, all of which have the constitutional rights that are afforded to people who, the point is, from the original documentation, it was a declaration of independence for people. You can read it yourself if you care to remember. And the point was that within these boundaries are the only places they could be enforced at the time, in the hopes that people would adopt them. The founding fathers made it clear that these things were not unique to people born here. But people are either done. It's like the current government claiming it was founded as a Christian government. They stated the exact opposite. These are dishonest, clumsy, maniacal people. And they're lying to you on top of that, or they're wrong and don't know it. The point is, guys, they'll lie to you every single day. And they're using this to enforce on you. Jesus freaking Congress, another example. ICE agents have shot and killed another person. This was posted today. This time in Maine. Bidford, Maine. Witnesses say they heard 5 to 6 gunshots before realizing someone had been killed. Right now, the public knows very little. And this ultimately has developed a little bit. The new video shows ICE running alongside the car. Video does not show the agent in danger being run over like they claimed. An agent shot and killed the driver. Witnesses say they heard 4 shots. Basically, they had to follow the car, and they shot him, and the car could have run into anybody. And they had to get him after he stopped. So yet again, it seems the answer is they were not at risk, and they killed the guy anyway because he wouldn't follow orders. This is where we are. If you support this, you are a monster. I don't care whether they're breaking laws or not. The idea is not supposed to be executing people in the streets and then openly lying about it because they wouldn't follow orders. Over and over and over. Another one. Here's the latest version of the video of ICE killing Lorenzo in Houston. How did ICE shoot him in the abdomen on his right if he was shot while driving? It implies a downward bullet path, but his vehicle is higher than theirs. And guys, this has been coming up in one step at a time. Looking worse and worse. The victim's brother said the ICE agent approached from the passenger side of the car, stuck his hand in through the window and opened fire. Now, it could be lying. The point is that over and over, this is what keeps turning out to be the reality. That the guy was driving away and they try to shoot him as he's leaving. These are bad people. People they hire because they had an ideological motive, and people that were barely trained and don't care, and are being shown every day that they have the legal right to get away with murder because the administration will back them. Here's just a small example, by the way. Check this out. This just shows you where this is, the enforcement in this country. Son of a gun. Hold on. There we go. So the guy is standing here. They're enforcing on somebody else. The guy is on his knees. On his knees. Now watch what happens.
We're going viral, baby. Cocaine final boss.
Look at that. You know how insane that is? That is a man who knows he won't be held accountable, or believes he won't. The guy's literally on his knees, has his hands in the air, and he says something the officer clearly doesn't like, and so he hits him with bear spray or whatever it is right in the face. And now remember, this is the same thing that happened with Preddy. They sprayed him. He couldn't see what was happening. And so they tried to how do you know what's going on at this point? This guy is blinded by this stuff. He can't see, or at least I'd argue that's what's likely happening when you get directly in the eyes with whatever dangerous substance that is, probably given to by Israel, half joking, and ultimately tackles him to the ground. And look, his hands are up. Okay, at this point right there, wouldn't you be like, I mean, look, I'm not going to add anything to it. The idea is the guy's standing there very docile. The idea that you need to take him to the ground is bad training. Now suddenly it's a whole thing. And the guy was doing what? Sitting on his knees talking. That's the world we're in, guys. And if you support that, I don't know what your problem is. You're somebody who believes in state power over the rights of people, period. Now, we're long today. Not that long, really, but I do want to talk about Iran. So let's go through this. But I'm sure we'll continue talking about this. I'm not going to skip anything, but it's largely something we've already talked about a lot. So, in regard to the assassination point we talked about earlier, following rumors that Iran is attempting to assassinate President Trump, Trump has told military leaders that if he's assassinated, they should remove Iran from the face of the earth, which is just a childish thing to say. And it obviously means war crimes, obviously means killing innocent people. They don't care. Whether it's a tactic he's using to scare, whatever. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Lie, tactic, that's most of what he does. It's all still wrong. It's all still not it does not, how's the right way to say it? Because I have a small opinion of the government in general, but from what people pretend we are, it undermines that respect in the world if it even exists anymore. The bottom line is he's saying, we'll do the bad thing we're not supposed to do if you dare do the thing to me. He's a child. Trump's instinct for self-preservation is usually very strong, Glenn writes, but nothing could motivate Israel to want to assassinate him more than this statement. Interesting way to, I agree. Oh yeah, you'll wipe out Iran? Well, take him out quickly. The point, end of the day, is I don't even think that's what would happen. I honestly don't think that this moment, that's what would follow if that happened. But who's to say? The bottom line is I don't think Iran's going to do that. I don't think it's in their interest. And I think they recognize all it would do is give them the motivation to do what they want to do. Not to say that they're not capable of it. I think they would if it was in their interest. I don't believe it's in their interest right now. Here is Wall Street Journal. Right, so the whole point was Israel said, everyone sort of laughed about that as far as I could tell. Fears over a new luxury jet. That was the point from the jet as well. Trump back to old Air Force One after Israeli warning, which was that Israel warned him, as was all publicly relayed by everybody, that Iran's going to assassinate you. Well, U.S. officials received that Israeli intelligence about a possible plot. The threat was deemed not to be entirely credible, according to some of those officials. Funny how that worked. Yeah, because they know Israel lies in their own interest every single second. Right? I mean, it's not even remotely a hidden topic, guys.
Let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars. In their intelligence community, in their propaganda community, certainly, and in their leadership. They are inveterate liars. Let me say that again. They are liars.
Not that you need Wilkerson to tell you that. It's just, they lied. And everybody know that. Even the U.S. officials were like, whatever. It's not probably accurate. Because they're just selling you on a narrative that gives Trump some kind of momentum, that works for their agenda. Or maybe they were planning. Maybe this was a threat to Trump. Maybe that's all these you should consider. It's just kind of silly, isn't it? Well, this was funny, by the way. This is what the page reloaded to. I'm so mad at myself, by the way. So I had this up, and not that it's that important, but I ended up trying to refresh it and lost the page, and I was mad. This is what this article said. I thought it was hilarious. So the video itself was the video about Israel says Iran's going to kill Trump, right? Who knows how this happened? The title was Israel was plotting to kill Trump. Report says. I kind of don't think that was an accident. I think somebody on this platform or the team did that I don't know. I get the sense that was meant to make a point. And then eventually I read the comments. I checked it earlier before I went live, and it was like, everyone's like, did you make a mistake? Well, look at the title. That's not what the video's about. And then of course, then they moved it. And you can even see right here, for those you can see about in the podcast, but if you look closely, it doesn't zoom in up there. But if you look at the URL, look what it says. Israel was plotting to kill Trump. You can see that they still have it in the URL, but they just to remove the page because somebody got wind of the fact that that either somebody mistakenly did that or did it on purpose. My takeaway, everybody knows. Everybody knows. Now, another point on this and the infiltration part of this is interesting. So you might have seen this going around. It's being used by people that want to make Iran look like the bad guy. And, they certainly maybe are. Every government should be criticized. Every government's capable of these things. I'll say it every time. The point is, though, I do not believe Iran is what they currently frame them as. I don't. I think history shows you that. But Iran hangs man over alleged spying for Israel and intel agencies as executions mount. The point is, this being bandied about is like, look, they're murdering people for no reason. Well, guys, Israeli media literally reported this. Inside the Mossad plot to install this person as Iran's leader. Come on. I mean, so you have to understand, you understand what would happen in the U.S. government if somebody was caught, for treason for doing that at that high level? They would kill them. At the very least, they go to prison. So the idea that Iran would execute somebody under the same under treason, literally a treason, you don't have to agree with it. I don't agree with the death penalty. The point, though, is that is not different than what Israel would do, what the U.S. would do. So let's have an even standard here. And I just love how even our own media is supposed to be, advocating for U.S. interests will lie when the Israeli media will tell you what's actually going on. Pretty typical right now. And not all of it, but Haaretz has been doing that. Now, talking about to finish, what's happening going forward. So on the 10th, again, it's funny for those of you that have been following along with this, since, February forward, you're going to laugh in the same way. It's the same kind of cycle of stupidity is what it really is. The Islamic Republic of Iran, Trump posts on Truth Social on July 10th. The Islamic Republic of Iran has asked us to continue talks. We have agreed to do so, but the United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms, ceasefire is over. We already kind of told you that. It was on the 10th, the last show. Well, that's not what happened. And like I said then, you can look now and prove to yourself that that didn't happen. So how embarrassing is that, guys? Like that you're such a small person that you have to pretend to be the one leading it. But and again, we should question this too. I get the sense this is more the reality. Gollyboff says that the U.S., not Iran, was the one who asked about restarting negotiations, which, by the way, seems it's exactly what's been happening. Because understand, they have still to this very moment not changed, except for we'll get to the point where Iran is now saying the memorandum is now officially over because of Trump. They stood by the same points the entire time. I've said that every time. You can prove it for yourself every time. So in this case, it wouldn't surprise me that they're the ones continuing to want an end to this because they clearly have lost. They're clearly at they're on their back foot. They are failing in all this. So we'll come back to that. Saeed Marandi says, Mohammed Randi, ignore Trump and Axios. That's good advice right now since they've been wrong like 40 times in a row. There will be no talks until Trump's regime follows through on its commitments. Okay, and that he's not wrong. That's not taking sides. It's obvious. And I went over this in the last show, down the memorandum. They violated the Lebanon part. They violated the other part of part one in regard to threats. They literally never met the memorandum from day one. But yet Iran still tried to make it happen. That's been pretty clear. The ship part, as everybody should know if they're even remotely paying attention, as the memorandum said, Iran would have the ability to dictate the future of the strait. And I believe the way they said it was sort of like not in charge, but was it responsible for the operational safety? I think was the way they framed that. That's very clear, okay? And on top of that, the agreement was they would be with Oman control. Okay, so that was all stated. Trump signed it. And then Trump, as I think was by design to try to stave off the problem, tried to slip boats through and mostly failed. But what kept happening was as Trump was using them, Iran was going, hey, you're violating the agreement, not the Trump, but the boat. The agreed route is right here. If you go that way, you'll be fired upon. Now, they didn't sink them as every time they fired them, turned them around, and they left. Right? Unlike the U.S., who murders innocent people every single day with fishing boats or whatever, or bombs things they claim or something else every day. The Yemenis will stop the Israeli, not kill anybody, who just kind of deter them with firing, but they'll murder these ships and they're the terrorists. They're the pirates, right? Anyway, so he's right. They have never committed to it. And you could argue there are parts that Iran never did either. It wouldn't surprise me. But if you argue that from day one, the U.S. never even tried to comply with part one, why would Iran have done it in any second? Like in any point along the way, why would they have tried? Like in the beginning, I think they were. But if you can prove that from day one, Israel too, but the U.S. was not complying, then there's no point in which Iran was on the hook for needing to comply, if that makes sense. But they did anyway. And the only ones I'm even pointing to is the possibility there were some tolls with some that they were in agreement with. I can't prove it, but there's allegations. Or there's now an allegation that they started to rebuild something in their nuclear side of it. I can't verify. I think it comes from CNN. But it's certainly possible, and it wouldn't surprise me. It's not legally required for them not to. The memorandum, first of all, was just a suggestion. It's not legally binding. But all that being said, I don't think they did it. I think it only started after it was clear that the U.S. was never going to comply with it. That's my opinion, and I think it's backed up by what we've seen this entire time. So Trump comes out on the 10th and says the United States of America controls the strait, not Iran. Not true. Like literally, laughably, obviously not true. Last month, what about, I thought their Navy was destroyed on day one. Clearly he's a liar, guys. Last month, I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships. He's lying about this because you can prove it, GPS and all. Today, I'm pleased to announce well, of course, again, my point was you could turn these things off before. The reality, though, is that this is not real, based on markets, based on any number of things. And I'll show you this in a second. Today, I'm pleased to announce that the effort has resulted in 100 million barrels of oil making its way. Okay, 100 million barrels, you would see an effect on things. The only thing he's really doing is leaving the reserves of the U.S. to affect the global market, which is hurting U.S. interests. More than 200 commercial ships have safely traveled the strait. Now, understand, some of those are because Iran has allowed them to. That may be what he's conflating there. This wildly successful effort, I love how he frames himself or gives himself titles, that's hilarious, is because the United States controls the strait, not Iran. Okay. So how do you make that make sense right now, Trump? Or the day before that? Or the days when you said, you better not, or we're going to bomb you. Well, they seemed like they were controlling it then. Just lazy. As Morandi says, the strait is closed. It will remain closed. Now, that was only like that on the 11th because of what the U.S. government did. which was bomb them, killing numerous people, 80 sites, like I understand it's reporting, because they were doing what they were supposed to do in the street. That seems like a design, right? To make it look like Iran broke it and hope they could just, I mean, the whole reality now is it seems Trump and Israel never intended to go through with this. They were trying to find a way around it. And again, Golubov said, no, the U.S. came to us asking for negotiations, and we basically said no. That seems where it is right now. Now, here's Barack Ravid on the 12th. And every time Barack Ravid comes out in this story, he's been wrong. Every time. Over the last 24 hours, around 20 commercial vessels have transited through the strait. Okay. Well, Menschelson has been watching this using all sorts of different factors, and he obviously fake, he says. I agree. Not a single commercial vessel is confirmed to have transited through the U.S. controlled corridor in the past 24 hours, let alone 20. So I'm pretty sure we can, they're lying, guys. This, like, Trump lied about 20 vessels in the very beginning of this. Do we remember that? We should. He's been lying about it the entire time. Barack Ravid, Mario Nawfal, same difference. Despite everything happening in the strait overnight, he says, the Iran firing on shipping, of course, without including that was legally required because, the whole thing, around 20 commercial vessels transited the strait. So the point is, as Daniel writes, source Barack Ravid. And he goes, Mario Nawfal, in a nutshell, a megaphone for White House and Tel Aviv propaganda. He's right. Just lazy repetition of what you're being told by the very establishment you pretend you're fighting. Of course, here is what Trump said on CNN.
Iran has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed. Is that true, Mr. President?
It's open as far as we're concerned. Don't talk about it. Talk about the reason that you asked me to speak.
Okay. We appreciate your time, sir.
Yeah, I love that. Okay. Sorry about that. That is because of what I had to do. For those that were listening earlier, I had to open a different browser to be able to, who cares? Don't even get into it. So much weird stuff happens to this platform. You guys don't even know. It's just like wasting time to get into all the weird glitchy stuff that happens to me every 30 seconds of my life. Anyway, I have to have a second one open because I had to join it from a different window to be able to bring videos in. Just like that makes sense to anybody. Anyway, back to the point. The idea that he just said, first of all, it's open as far as we're concerned. Don't talk about it. Let's talk about this. And he goes, okay, let's move on. Western journalism. That's CNN, guys, the adversarial network of Trump. Don't talk about it, Donald Trump. And this is the quote that came to mind. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and your ears. It was their final and most essential command. George Orwell, 1984. Don't talk about it. Like, okay, there's only two ways to take that. They just said it reflexively, meaning like, shut up. Like, that's not or he's meaning like, don't do it for Iran. Don't talk about that. Let's talk about the good stuff. And the media complies. Well, the point, that's not journalism. You're damn right we're going to talk. The very thing you don't want to talk, that's what we're going to focus on. What's going on there? That's journalism. This is compliance from CNN. The bottom line, though, guys, it's not, it's not open. As far as we're concerned, it's so obvious. These people are not in control. And that's just pathetic. Like, at this point, let's just not this point. For him to admit that he's been lying is insane at this point. He's going to keep doubling down. In the beginning, though, had they just come out and said, just been real about it. The point is he would suffer from this. He would lose politically. You see, but it's not in the cards for people like this, to be honest. The whole Roy Cohen point, you will lie to your deathbed because they're not honest, moral people with integrity. I don't know how else you can argue that, guy. They're just willfully deceiving you because they'll be embarrassed if they don't. It's like the entirety of Afghanistan or Vietnam. They literally allow Americans to suffer and die so they don't have to be the ones to look bad. That's our country's history, guys. Our government's history. Now, another one, and there's a few of these. Trump on Iran.
You obviously launched a fresh round of strikes overnight. Iran said overnight the Strait of Hormuz is closed. CENTCOM came out this morning and said the Strait of Hormuz is open. Which is it, Mr. President, and how are you going to respond?
And I don't want to talk about it because I want to honor the life of Lindsey Graham, so I don't want to talk about it. I told you that before the call.
Yeah.
It's open. We bombed the hell out of them last night. They're very, very evil and sick people.
Oh, yeah, the very ones he just told you were good people he was dealing with like 30 seconds ago. I just showed you last show.
We had meetings with them for the last, they agreed to a deal yesterday.
No, they didn't.
Perfect deal for us. No nuclear, no this, no that, no nothing. They gave up everything.
Oh yeah, makes sense, right? Iran, who's clearly in control, gave up everything and then just lie. I mean, it's certainly possible that just to play him, they lied about that. That's possible, but I don't even see why that would make sense. At this point, they just need to exist and watch these people swim in their own bullshit. Excuse me, shouldn't have cussed. That was just slip in their own lies.
And then after that, they left the room, and then within an hour, they launched a drone at a ship. I said, you people are...
Right. You mean that ship that was going through the route illegally that you told them to so you could skirt by some oil and claim you're winning, or at least stave off your complete collapse? Like the idea of the oil. I mean, this is only going to keep getting worse as your strategic reserve dwindles. So they're trying to sneak some by through a secondary route as best they can to give them a little bit more time is what it feels like. Right? So the idea that them firing on a ship that was going in the route, the wrong route, even though you signed a document that gave them to be the ones in control of security, it's simple. You knew they would do this, and then you use that action to claim they started it. So it shows you that they never wanted this to happen. So Trump was either guided by Israel or chose to do this to create the context to continue bombing them. And you realize that's not going to stop anything. As far as I can tell, that will only further entrench Trump and the American people in this at the expense of us entirely. So Israel can gain. Tell me where I'm wrong.
You're sick people. And so it's one of those things. I don't want to talk about it.
Finally, before I let you go.
I want to talk about one person today, Lindsey Graham.
As we should, Mr. President. Just finally before.
It's a good person. Gross. It's the usual stupid rigmarole, and this is the left media who love Lindsey Graham. I thought they were adversarial. I thought they were the pedophiles who hated you guys. I'm just so tired of how dumb and obvious it all is. So don't talk about it. Daniel says there's no possibility President Trump's claim is true. This is the latest evidence that either the president is in a serious cognitive decline or he is an incurable sociopathic liar. Probably a little bit of both. Iran has been consistent, public, and emphatic about its positions. True. And they have virtually remained unchanged throughout the entire conflict and the memorandum period. That's not an opinion. That's not siding with anybody. You can prove this to yourself if you care. They are not going to relinquish control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they are going to insist upon the conditions of the memorandum be honored by America, primarily relief of sanctions and release of frozen assets, until or unless those things are done. There is no chance they're going to give up everything, as Trump says. So why would they? As long as he is the decision maker about the war and peace, we seem locked in a conflict with no exit. The 3-day war, he said it'd be over just like that. And they'd welcome us like heroes. We've been here before, haven't we? And therefore, the likely continued deterioration of our economic situation. Once a recession starts to deepen, one wonders if enough people will finally recognize that we have been lied to all along. Oh, and Daniel is a veteran, somebody who, and I think he has good insight on, geopolitical, as someone who's been in those positions. So here's another clip, slightly different. Oh, actually, you know what? This one I thought this one, let me see.
They're very perfect within an hour. I don't want to talk of a person today, Lindsey Graham.
As we should.
Yeah, that same clip. Either way, so Robert Barnes says he's making this up. It never happened. Problem is, chances are high he actually believes it. Crazy. There's two separate parts of this, and I thought this was interesting. This is what I was thinking of. Mario Nawfal plays this one, and you'll find it interesting what he cuts out. But Daniel says everything Trump says is a lie as usual. Everyone seems to see it who actually cares to see. And this is what the clip that Mario Nawfal shares of Trump. Same kind of point, right? And it's the one that the Rapid Response put out. That's why he shares that one. And they broke it. They always break it, right? Iran did it. And that's the same clip. He went on every show and pushed that lie.
Had a deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the...
It's possible that he thinks that, right? It's possible that he actually believes that they've had working deals that Iran has violated. Like, I can see a world in which they keep him so insulated where he thinks everything's a Democrat trick and everything's that or whatever. And he just blindly follows along. The guy does seem to stupidly look at what Laura Loomer has to say. The guy does seem to have been influenced by some of the dumbest people in the media sphere. So who knows? Either way, it doesn't really matter at the end point. He's either being fooled or he's lying to you. Either way, the core point is the same about what's actually happening.
Strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait.
I mean, guys, you have to laugh at this. I mean, Trump is like the guy who makes up his own nickname and then makes you call him that. Only a billionaire gets away with that. Oh, you're so cool, Trump. Oh, that's the best name ever. Everyone gushes over the name. I mean, it's not even unique. It's not even an original title, but it's just because he wants to make himself, we're the ones in control. Calling yourselves the Guardian, calling it the Gulf of America, it doesn't change the reality, and it's not really what it's called. It's just bad politics. It's just lazy. It's just about trying to, look, at the end of the day, if you call yourself the Guardian but aren't in control, you're a weak person. It's about trying to have some kind of narrative benefit over the outcome in hopes that might kick you over the edge or give you just enough time to trick people into thinking you got what you wanted or whatever it is, because they're so clearly on their back foot here.
And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side.
Yeah, not really, even the people's, but you're talking about reimbursing you for you charging a toll? That's what he's talking about. How does that make sense?
And we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. We guarded the strait for 50 years more, and we never got paid for it.
The guy just literally makes things up, kind of like Israel. You have cherry tomatoes, that's Israel.
For it. They made all the money, and the United States was just, they wouldn't. It's amazing. I
don't even think he knows what he's talking about. What do you mean? In what way? What that hasn't been monetized? What are you talking about? Like, no, that's not what's been going on. There has not. I think he might think somehow they've seized control of a system that was in place. That's not what's going on here, Donald Trump. I mean, I'm starting to wonder whether there is some level of cognitive. I mean, I think we know that he's an old guy. It's going to play some factor. But what do you think? Does you think he's talking? I mean, he's insinuating there was a lot of money around this in regard to some kind of a transit situation that didn't exist before in the Strait of Hormuz.
We guarded it for nothing. And now we're going to guard it, and we're going to get paid for guarding it. A lot of money.
I mean, I guess his argument is somehow that the presence of U.S. military did anything other than, look, it's an enforcement control thing. And there was tons of other ships that were in the same location from Iran, from Oman, from locations right around there. And yes, also the U.S. But of course, Trump's mind is we did everything because either he wants you to think that or he actually believes it. Either way, it's not true.
But we just want to be reimbursed for doing all of this, for putting our people in danger. But we're really...
That's all we want. We just want to be compensated for all that we do for everybody. You think that's ringing true with literally anybody?
Not putting people, we're really saving people. Remember this, they killed 52,000 protesters.
And we're right back there. Remember, they killed this number that went up every 30 seconds. I've mentioned it, but they did it. Nobody believes that other than people, Zionists. I mean, the reality is not saying that as the evidence isn't there. The only kind of person that blindly repeats numbers like that without ever having that proven is somebody politically motivated, involved with an agenda, or, I guess that the first one applies to a lot of different things. For whatever political reason, choose to go forward with something you've never verified, like Laura Loomer.
So far, as of this moment, the number is 52,000. So who's going to protest? And a lot of people are surprised about the protesting, that they haven't, but nobody's going to protest when they...
You mean like the billions of people that seem to be, the very, very large grouping of people that came out in support of the person that you assassinated? Again, it's not that difficult if you care to look beyond the narratives in this broken country or the broken government and the media's apparatus that protects it. If you actually listen to people, most people in Iran were not okay with that. Most people support what they're doing in regard to the process. And I don't mean that they support the government. They very clearly have reasons to be upset with them in some portions of the populace. But they support the process, as Robert has covered the entire time. They do not want U.S. Israel stepping in, saving them. That's the fake Shah dynamic. Those are the people that support an authoritarian dictatorship where they'll benefit from it, framing it as a democracy. Even Twitter, as I pointed out long before seeing people recognized it like last week, that they were using the Shah flag a long time ago. That was Elon Musk's decision to change that flag long before we got here.
They get shot. They have AK-47s. They have machine guns aimed at people's heads. If you move 1 foot further, you get shot, and then they'll shot.
You mean like in Israel? You mean like in Saudi Arabia? You mean like in most of the countries you support? That's not, it's not even, look, even if that was true, and it's not reality, is based as far as everybody I've ever known that's been and traveled through. Yes, there's plenty of examples of the same kind of enforcement. Guys, we've got military marching through the streets of this country. There's time to have a little bit of, reflection on the reality of this as he's pointing fingers everywhere, in most cases, either exaggerating or making stuff up.
Shoot 10 of them and everybody flees. Who's not going to flee? They don't have guns.
What are you talking about?
So they're a bad group.
Some idea of a shooting, which sounds like it happened in Gaza, quite frankly, but it doesn't matter. I'm not suggesting Iran's not capable. In fact, I can show you examples of their government suppressing people just like every government. But what he keeps doing is false. And if you can't acknowledge that by now, you're just not paying attention.
For people, let me just tell you that. I don't say that often, and I have to live with that statement. They're a bad group of people. They've been this way for a long time, and right now they're getting their ass kicked.
Oh, that's the end note, right? We're winning, so shut up. Not true. Nobody believes that. But here's the next point, which I find very relevant. So that's what Mario shares, right? Well, here's the same interview. Mick Wallace shared a little bit more. Has to do with the fact that what we're going to do is make a lot of money. Funny that that's what the White House, and funny why they would cut that out, don't you think?
Going to keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait. And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side. And we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. We guarded the strait for 50 years more. And we never got paid for it. They made all the money.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. But I would just like to suggest that one can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. Of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm going to have to wrap this up quicker than I expect. I don't know, you might have heard a second ago, you could hear my pup chewing our nails over here, some sound in there, but she's getting antsy, so we're going to have to wrap this up. So as my sidekick who dictates the time in the studio. So let's try to wrap this up reasonably quickly. I read through some of these. The point is I want to get to where we currently are, but I do want to read these statements really quickly. And so Brett Erickson says there is simply no justification for the United States pushing through vessels along the Omani coastline in the Strait of Hormuz. You can cry and scream about freedom of navigation, but at the end of the day, the memorandum of understanding was very clear that Iran would control this traffic through the Strait of Hormuz during the initial 60-day window. Time and time again, the United States, and I just showed you that, time and time again, the United States has shredded the MOU by attempting to retroactively alter the terms because they didn't like them. Of course you didn't like them. They suck because you lost. Oil sanction waivers a la Article 10, torched. New sanctions a la Article 9, blown up. Iranian administration of traffic a la Article 5. Nope. You can whine all day long about how it's wrong for Iran to strike those vessels, but this is a rational response to a war of choice from the United States. You don't get to claim right versus wrong. Then the Trump administration is, when the Trump administration is solely to blame for the situation in the first place. The Strait of Hormuz was open before this war started. The reason that the United States was attempting Operation Freedom 2.0, along with Omani Rescue, was because they were trying to actively undermine the Iranian control of the strait. They were trying to actively push through enough vessels in a short period of time to shift the strategic landscape of the conflict. I have seen time and time again people claim Iran doesn't know what's best for them. If they just didn't strike vessels, they would get massive sanctions relief. No, they wouldn't, because President Trump and the United States had no intention of sticking to the MOU. I happen to agree. The goal was to use the 60-day window to shift the landscape so that they could topple the regime or secure outcomes they could not have in the initial MOU. This isn't the U.S. operating in good faith, and those pesky Iranians messed everything up, as Trump clumsily keeps saying. This is the United States blatantly trying to unilaterally alter the terms of the MOU by shredding the oil waivers, sanctioning new entities, and pushing through vessels through the Omani route. And if you question this, because it's historically what they've done almost every time. Israel especially, but the U.S. in a very bombastic way. With Yemen, you go down the list. They violate everything from UN mandates and UN resolutions to their own agreements. And, go back to Gorbachev. You go to every single thing, the lines they draw, they will violate everything. And so in this case, you don't need to be sold on this if you understand history. Now, not that the person, whether he writes for mainstream platform, it's the truth. It's what the evidence backs up. Now, question whether this person has good intentions or not doesn't change the fact that the evidence is true. Here's what he writes here. It seems increasingly likely the United States is going to wage a completely unhinged economic warfare campaign against Iran in the coming days, which will include the bombing of economic and civilian infrastructure, which they just did, lasting effects on the population. Israel was arguably responsible, at least in one of those bombings. A blockade of Iranian ports, they just did, meant to cut off access to wheat, medical supplies, cooking oil, which they've always done with Iran, with Syria, with Gaza. It's what they do. It's easy to prove, to verify. 3, major sanctions on effectively every area of the Iranian economy, which will affect the people. 4, bombing of roads, bridges, and rail lines, also happening. Devastating the Iranian people will not achieve victory. The United States has proven to the civilians that they are the great Satan by our actions throughout this war, meaning whatever the Iranian government has called the U.S. government is clear by their actions. The Iranian people recognize what they really are. Shocking to see they all support them all of a sudden, and really did, but just maybe did support. There was division about the government, but as I've seen roundly, the people, when it comes to it, don't support any outside action like Americans wouldn't. Americans very clearly have problems with their government. I don't think any American wants a foreign power to come help them figure it out. You see how easy that is to understand? Devastating the Iranian people won't achieve victory. You cannot claim to care about the Iranian people and then willingly choose to incur immense suffering upon them with no likelihood of toppling the regime. That's for Israel, guys. Now, Hormuz letter. A water pumping station in southwest Iran was struck by U.S. airstrikes, killing 1, injuring 4 per the local government. The U.S. has now struck Iran's oil, gas, petrochemical, water infrastructure in tonight's attacks on the 12th. All massive war crimes. There is literally nothing that can make that line up with anything other than a war crime. You're talking about bombing civilian infrastructure that is not even housing. It's not about, they were using it as, it's a infrastructure. We're talking about water infrastructure, bridges. They're just bombing them because Trump told you he would. He says, we have gone way too far. What he means is the U.S. government, not the American people. At least that's what I mean. If Iran takes it to the level 10, this is on Trump. 100%. Absolute psychopath surrounded by psychopaths. Now, you could argue on Israel and Trump, but from an American perspective, guys, he has brought whatever happens on himself. Now, I hope to God that does not go to some level like I think it might. U.S. launches more strikes on Iran as the standoff over Strait of Hormuz escalates. This is on the 12th. Now, just in general, the point is they continue to strike back and forth. We can go into a little more detail, but let's get to today. Still on the 12th, 3 U.S. soldiers killed on strikes in Kuwait, which they'll probably deny until they show up in some helicopter crash in 3 months. Massive black smoke rises after American, what is it again? ATACMs, a missile system hit by 3 ballistic missiles. Kuwait confirms material damage. Now, on top of that, a Washington Post article comes out. Survivors of Iranian attack that killed 6 U.S. troops say generals ignored warnings. Interesting. It says if we don't learn from the mistakes, if we just all believe the same lie, then it'll happen to another unit later on, and they'll end up in the same situation we were in, said Major Stephen Ramsbottom. That's a crazy name. Who was in the building when it hit. So the quick story on this, guys, as Combat wrote, U.S. Brigadier General Clint Barnes abandoned his troop. This is what people of the other military said. Abandoned his troops during an Iranian drone attack in Kuwait, fleeing to a bunker while dozens of other trapped soldiers were in a burning building. 6 U.S. soldiers died, 30 wounded. Now, I don't know what you want to take from this, whether you think this is the kind of guy, like what's become of our government and our military because of things like Trump and Israel, or I don't know what you want to take this as. Bottom line, this general abandoned his people and ran into a bunker, according to reporting and according to other military. And, they lied about people being killed. I mean, if you think for 1 second this government cares about you, our people, our Constitution, our society, our larger values, every day they show you they don't. Every day. Daniel Davis Deep Drive says, I can no longer say I suffered from shock, but I am deeply disappointed, if not angered, by the continuing humiliation of the senior flag officer corps in the United States Army, or America, in the United States of America, as now General McKenzie humiliates himself with this absurd suggestion about Karg Island. Basically simply saying the U.S. should consider seizing that island because possession of Iranian soil would be a significant factor in future negotiations. So just, I don't know. It's these people are the enemy, or rather are the villains of the story, right? Like, in the sense of, I do argue what they're doing is the enemy of the American people's objectives. But either way, what I meant to say in this context was this is the bad guy, if you want to look at that binary. You're talking about the person who's driving this country, the government, the military, Americans, to fight a losing war and to do something illegal within that war. For what end? And this is, as what he's writing here, is this person knows better. He knows that even if the possession is even maintained, that it has no bearing of control on the Strait of Hormuz, and wonders if the general is even aware of that. Oh, he could be wrong too. I think this is about them being put out there to make these statements, frankly. Now, on top of that, it hasn't happened as far as I can tell. It might have happened over the last couple hours. But this was saying U.S. has directly struck Karg Island. Trita Parsi says major escalation, but as I can find too, I think there's actually a picture of it down here too. It's tanker trackers, same thing. Apparently what they're arguing is not. It's incorrect. They call it's regular gas flaring. So they already tried to do this about something else that was happening. And it turned out they were correct. That the tanker trackers said, nope, the U.S. government's lying. It's actually something that happens every month. And they were right. And so yet again, you got people who are using this major attack. And I think who knows what his intentions were, thought it was happening. And Brett says, nope, they both disputed it's oil flaring, not strikes. And as best I can tell, that's the reality. So who knows why? Robert Barnes, highlighting what Monterey X says, U.S. President Trump, he said in a recent interview discussion, everything in Iran belongs to America. Oil, gold, food, gas, we're going to take it all. That's what, because that's the legal reality of our Constitution. Nope, just that's what pirates say, guys. That's what criminals do. We're taking everything because we can. Does it sound like American values, what we pretend this country represents, even if it doesn't? No, it does not. It is exactly what they pretend their enemies are like. Right? Yes. And so as Robert Barnes says, he's nuts. He's been nuts for a while now. Lastly, to finish on where we currently are today, Iran has formally announced, and who knows if it holds, they pulled it back last time they did this, but they announced their withdrawal from the memorandum. Now, that last time it was more so that we weren't talking and we're done, but then they went back to talking, which reached the memorandum, and now they're saying the memorandum is done. The war has obviously resumed, but it resumed before that when they were still pretending the memorandum was working. Meanwhile, and this I think is very relevant, Yemen says Saudi strikes on their airport constitute a declaration of war. Saudi Arabia, clearly through the behest of the U.S. and Israel, in my opinion, have initiated or reinitiated the ongoing war of aggression against Yemen so they can control the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. I'm telling you, that's what this is about. I've been saying that for years, and it's clearly relevant, and it's always come down to Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. Suddenly, as they're losing this control, they do this. Clearly, guys, they need a secondary route, and they've always been it's always been up in the air because of Yemen controlling that strait. And that's important. What did Yemen demonstrate already? That they're not going to sit back. So that's important, I think. But the memorandum is now officially dead, according to Iran. AP, live updates. Trump says U.S. blockade of Iran and that he will be charging ships for passage. I mean, it's just like it's like they don't, like, who is advising this person? Like, I get the sense that he surrounded himself with so many yes men, because that's what this whole thing is, that nobody, they go, yeah, good, great idea, Trump. That's the best thing, best shirt you ever wore, best thing you could have ever said. Everything's great. I mean, how else do you explain this? Who is around him going, yes, do that really dumb thing that will definitely hurt your, I don't get it. Or is he ignoring everybody? I don't know. It's insane to go, oh, now we're going to put a toll. You know why that's insane? Oh, I actually think I have the post, but Mencho made the point here. Iran must not charge tolls, as Rubio, Trump, everybody said. Why? It's an international waterway. A toll would be illegal. Of course, I came out and made it clear, no, it's not true. And I guarantee that's what their argument becomes, which shows you even more how completely dishonest they are, which was that it's not the international waterway. And you can prove that. The spot right there where they're going to do it is clearly Omani waters and Iranian waters. There's a space where there is no international water. So now, even though they just said they can't, it's illegal, Trump comes out and goes, we're going to charge a straight. We're going to charge a toll. U.S. military began another round of strikes on Monday. That is today. They are striking yet again. Donald said he will charge other ships for safe passage. And he just said, but we're going to be reimbursed for it. That's probably what he meant. So he's going to frame this as some kind of logical reimbursement, not like Iran's doing. And he's talking about a huge increase. So back to bombing. The memorandum's over, according to Iran. Trump is now doing the blockade, which affects everybody. Even though he's aiming at only Iran, it definitely affects everybody, especially since he is now, I guess, extorting everybody for money. Because you understand what Iran was doing was not that. Even though if you want to frame it that way, I'm sure people will. The point is it was a signed agreement amongst Oman, Iran, and everybody involved with the memorandum that they would set up this waterway passage and secure that safety. It was all documented. So for Trump to come around and bomb them and lie about it and then pretend he's going to do it, that's just straight extortion, especially for what how much he's framing it as. He has no legal right to be involved in this. It's not his territorial waters, as rather the U.S. government does not. So Trump says the Strait of Hormuz is open. Well, not according to everything you can see and prove right now, and will remain open. Incorrect. With or without Iran, we are reinstating the Iranian blockade. Okay. I mean, clearly that didn't make it much of an effect at all. I mean, it's definitely having an effect in some ways on the people of Iran. The Iranian government has clearly set their feet in for the long haul here, guys. They've been planning for this. Why? Because they knew it was coming, as evidenced by the fact that they went to the UN before they struck them in February and said, look, they're going to bomb us. And if they do, we're going to bomb back on these. I documented. And then when they did, they called terrorists. They bombed all these countries. Well, why'd they go to the UN then and say they were going to? Because they knew they had a legal right to, guys. It's not that hard. So reinstating the blockade means they're going to put back what they were doing, which Iran has planned for years, decades even, if you understand how long it's been threatened. So named because it's the only stopping Iran ships and customers from entering or leaving, which has been proven to be false, by the way. Maybe it will be now. Even though they said it last time, Trump was very clearly stopping other ships that were even related to Iran. It wasn't just Iran or even ships that were going to Iran. It was just people that were tangentially connected. That's not what he said. All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. Okay. The U.S. will be, from this point forward, known as the guardian of the strait. So he clearly either wrote that, then said it, or said it out loud and liked it and repeated it. Again, he's the guy who makes up his own nickname and then makes you say it. That's embarrassing. But as such, and as the matter of fairness, it will be reimbursed at a rate of 20% on all cargo. All. Yeah, you notice how he didn't say open and free. Fair and open, and we'll charge 20% of your entire shipping. I don't even think that's sustainably possible. These people have all got, bottom lines, and you suddenly carve off 20%. It's huge. That's just insane, guys. That is a level of insanity. I think it might be even a troll, if you want my honest opinion, because I don't even know how that's, again, or he's just losing it. For any and all costs necessary for doing the job of providing safety, you are the very element causing uncertainty, and everyone's becoming aware of that. Okay, so that's what he said. So Trump's new plan is to do exactly what he says he's been trying to stop Iran from doing? Right. Okay. Even though it's what the memorandum he signed allowed him to do? Yeah, the answer is yes. Is it that he has no plan or just that he's not actually in control? I mean, I don't know if the former, who's advising him? As I said, who is actually standing there going, this is the right move, Trump? I don't know. Hegseth? Kash Patel? That would make sense. I don't know. This is just kind of crazy to me because, again, whether it's the fact that he's saying it's illegal one day and then doing it himself, or the fact that the entire point was stopping this arbitrary block and then doing it and charging it. You got to laugh at that. You got to laugh. And this person says, delusional old man, 1 to 2 weeks, he'll post, open the effing straight. You every time, right? Open the straight. We don't need the straight. We're taking the straight. Everybody notices this is how silly it is. Saeed Arghachi from the Foreign Minister of Iran says, POTUS, Trump, is absolutely right. Whoever provides secure and safe passage of commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz should be compensated for the service. Iran has always been the guardian of the strait, did that on purpose, and will remain so forever. 20%, of course, is too much. We will be fair. See, like even that was very tactfully done and will hurt them. 1.5 million views because you're going to go, wait, 20%? They're saying 2%. What? Like, why would we think you're the good guy in this equation, Donald Trump? I mean, because they're doing the only world in which is bad is if Iran is just thieving monstrous terrorists. It's not the truth. Evidenced by everything they do every single day. And I don't mean that as mean they do bad things. I mean, it means that what they're doing in this agenda shows you they're not what they're framed as. They're still a government. And I argue if pushed to an extreme position would do pretty much anything else any government would do. Now, oil prices have shot back up. Surprise, surprise. Here he is on the 6th going, oil prices are coming down. And that wasn't even true, by the way. It was still never down from where he started before the war. Breaking, U.S. oil prices spike 9% after Trump announces the reinstating of the blockade. Right? Exactly. Kathleen, war between Yemenis and Saudis probably closes Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And it hits the Cross Peninsula pipeline that kept oil flowing to the EU. Now, it could very well be that this is all by design to get this to happen so that it hurts the EU, so he forces them to take his side. But who's to say that's what's going to happen? But either way, it could just be them stepping in it like usual. If the reinitiation with Yemen is only going to spin out to hurt them more. That's my opinion. And that if they choose to, they could definitely shut down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And I think that would be a kind of a checkmate in the larger sense of what they could accomplish. And that would either lead to massive bombing, potentially nuclear, or stepping back, or a never-ending kind of conflict zone, which they'll largely grow to benefit from, because that's what war seems to do. The peripheral government, right? The government tend to lose from prolonged war, but the industry around them, which becomes sort of the government of themselves, they wildly profit. And that's what runs this country. Douglas McGregor on the 12th says Russian Tu-214PU, also known as the nation's doomsday plane, headed to Tehran. Now, I've seen him been wrong, like in this kind of where he just states it with nothing to back it up. He is a general, former military personnel. And my point, though, is that he has said a lot of the stuff that's been mostly correct. So the reporting is, as Douglas McGregor argues, that he believes this is happening. And historically, he's been mostly correct about this stuff. And I argue the ones that he's been wrong about probably just went a different direction. But he has agendas. I mean, he clearly is politically motivated. So question everybody, myself included. Point, though, if he's correct, the doomsday plane heading to Iran from Russia says a lot. And what it means to me is that with this new position, this has gone, if the U.S. and Israel drive it beyond like this point, it's going to become, it already is global, but it requires action because it will only grow to affect everybody. And so Russia is, at least arguably by this move, taking Iran's side, which is what I would expect. Rubio, of course, embarrassingly, in March, the goal of the war is to change the regime. And then that's why Trump tries to lie about changing the regime. They did not. In April, Rubio, goal of the war is to stop Iran from making nukes. They never were. Rubio in July, goal of the war is to return everything back to the way it was, including the Strait. America have elected a bunch of clowns, if they were even elected in the first place. Morandi says, to be blunt, Trump has fallen into a trap. The Strait is closed. Interesting. Now, he could be saying that just to get... Hold on, I want to see if this image was. That's just funny. Yeah, podcast, you'll have to check it out. Look at the show. There's a picture. It's like a graphic of Trump. It's funny. Anyway, so I do agree. The point is that the suggestion is that Trump, in all of this, has taken the bait of whatever they were setting up. That could be a tactic in and of itself, but I guess we'll find out. And so I think, you can see that Iran has been kind of dictating these choices. I don't know why they wouldn't have set this up in some way. So we'll have to find out. Of course, as I said earlier, Central Command reporting today, they have now begun launching a third consecutive night of strikes against Iran. So clearly Trump is going to push this. The strikes will continue imposing a heavy cost on Iranian forces, they say, and degrade their ability to attack. Well, I thought you keep saying they don't have any ability to attack. That's embarrassing for you, Trump. And their ability to attack innocent civilians, which that's not happening anywhere. I mean, literally anywhere. You understand? They could have been bombing in tons of areas, and they're not. Commercial shipping, Strait of Hormuz, which all of was only because they were taking the wrong route. So the Central Command just lying for the agenda. But they are still bombing. Lastly, Lebanon, which, by the way, is the main point of why they were never following through with the memorandum, because Israel was told by Trump, according to their media, that they never had to listen. What does that tell you? So they kept murdering people in Lebanon, which is still happening. And I just think this is so insane, like the point from the beginning. This is from the 12th. Israeli Defense Minister Katz says, I said that southern Lebanon would become Gaza, and he did. And we told you that then. It was disregarded by the power structures. He says we would apply the Rafah model. We just showed you the flattened Rafah. We would destroy everything there. We would deal with them in exactly that way, meaning genocide. And that is what we did, he said. And this is where it gets even crazier for those trying to still pretend like he doesn't mean what he's saying. The infrastructure has been destroyed. Homes in 24 villages along the border, villages that existed for hundreds of years and were used by Hezbollah as military outposts against Israel, have been demolished. He means entire cities, entire little villages of people, like homes, guys. Just because they go Hezbollah bad guy. Hezbollah, by the way, is not even entirely military. In fact, there's a military arm, but there's everything else. It is a societal thing, and Robert has covered this intensively. So just like with Hamas, same idea. You have people that are driving in ambulances, people that work at stores. And the idea is because they live there, well, they're all terrorists because that's what they want you to think. And it's simply showing you we've murdered innocent people. We bombed infrastructure. We told you we were going to do it in Gaza. We told you we were going to do it in Lebanon. They all know this. The army systematically flattened the villages with bulldozers and explosives. 90% of houses are gone. Between 15,000 and 20,000 homes have been destroyed. He's just bragging about this on a public podcast. Literally outlining the genocide model. Some still pretend isn't even happening. The truth is we all see it because we're not morons. The other truth is that those in power are sociopaths or corrupted. I mean, how else does one explain that it carries on? As he openly brags about it. Here's Smotrich. My son wants me to leave some Lebanon for him to destroy later. I told him, don't worry, there will be enough for everyone. Literally what it says, guys. Please verify it for yourself. This is Israeli media. That's Smotrich knowing nobody's going to stop him. At least he believes that. Openly talking about just, we'll murder them later, guys. Like these people are dark, evil people. Press News. Donald Trump will be deploying U.S. forces to Beirut to aid the fight against Hezbollah. What was that about never-ending wars, Trump? What about no more war, no more spending, foreign engagement for America first? Yeah, he never meant any of that, guys. At Israel's behest, Americans will be sent to participate in another war for Israel. Initially under the guise of helping the Lebanese army disarm Hezbollah. That's the war, guys. That's what they're doing. They're working with them to go after what is the guiding force fighting for the people in Lebanon. That's Hezbollah. This was just revealed by the Financial Times. That's where we are. Hegseth. Iran made a poor choice. Now they pay. As Caitlin Johnstone points out, these guys built a whole political platform out of no more endless wars. And then immediately changed the Defense Department to the Department of War and started launching endless wars. You gotta laugh at how stupid it is. If you can't, better to laugh than cry. I mean, you shouldn't be surprised by this if you've been paying attention. Americans are doing the bidding of something other than your interest, guys. It's simple. Lastly, Jelani, the Al-Qaeda guy. That guy that they totally knew was a terrorist because they put on a $10 million bounty on his head, even though even at the time, I think it's pretty clear that they were also funding and supporting him. That's why he still does it today. The narrative was they were ever fighting him. You understand? But the point is, this is a U.S. government account that they've now taken down. Rewards for justice. Mohammed al-Julani, $10 million reward. Okay? That's him right there. Speaking with CIA Director David Petraeus, saying he's a big fan of former al-Qaeda head chopper, now Syrian president. The U.S., in the name of the war on al-Qaeda, spent trillions of dollars on multiple wars, killed millions, lost thousands of soldiers, and dismantled American civil liberties, due process, and privacy rights. Now, one of the top generals who oversaw that war, who stole top secret information to help his mistress write a book, proclaims himself a fan of a top-level al-Qaeda commando on whose head the DOJ had a $10 million bounty. And by the way, the bounty carried over while he was president. It took months for them to actually remove the bounty, even as he had become president of Syria. Worrying if he's getting enough sleep and time for contemplative thought. The word terrorism is a massive fraud. On top of that, here's Marco Rubio. Today, POTUS informed Congress, and this is on the 8th, of his intent to rescind Syria's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. Right. Now that the terrorists control it, now we can stop calling them terrorists. But while they were people that actually didn't fight for terrorism and actually fought for the people and enriched themselves too, we couldn't have that. It can only be one direction. It can be at the expense of everybody for American government interests. And if we don't have that, then you're a terrorist. Now, we don't care if you are a terrorist. If you do what we want, you'll be the good guy. Just ask anybody else who normalized with Israel and got taken off the list, regardless of changing what they did. This historic step opens a new possibility for economic opportunity. Yeah, all the things you were willfully withholding for Syria for a decade because you didn't want Assad in power. Literally wanting to, the reconstruction fund and all this stuff, which they held back because they didn't want that person in power. Now that the al-Qaeda leader's in power, now they'll give them all the money that came from your tax dollars. Anybody confused? And as Scott Horton points out, America first. No, dummy, Israel instead. And here's Trump, sitting there having a casual conversation with the leader of al-Qaeda. Now that the U.S. has put al-Qaeda leaders in power in Syria, the U.S. will remove Syria from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Who knows if this guy even knows what's going on? Absolutely incredible. Include this. The actual link, by the way, I have as well. It just shows you a dead page on Twitter, but it's real. It very much is confirmable. And lastly, of course, here is the former FSB director saying that Osama bin Laden was a U.S. agent and was later eliminated only when he began compromising American intelligence services. My simple point in this, guys, is like, I mean, hey, I'll actually grab this up before we leave, too. This is the Corbett page for the Al-Qaeda documentary. False Flags, a secret history of Al-Qaeda. I'm telling you, if you want to be completely sold on what I'm saying, evidence nailed to the wall, you watch this and walk away, all three parts, and you tell me that you don't know as a matter of fact that these people work for the U.S. government in Israel. Now, as Americans, we really need to stop pretending this is not obvious, guys. The U.S. government, all of it, all sides, have been arming, funding, and working with the most radical elements of everything they claim to be fighting. Consider that domestically as well, guys. It's the reality. Include this for you on the way out. Leave that there for today. Thank you for tuning in, guys. She gave me a little bit of time. She's going to hump up right now. Thank you for tuning in, guys. For those who don't know, I've been keeping my pup in here with me while we record because what did I say last time? Company. I think it's important, especially because I think it's good to have somebody in here with me that, can be watching out for me. There she is. But she's been very antsy to get out of here today. So I'm going to leave it there, even though it's been about 4 hours. She's a great dog, but I'll leave it there for the day, guys. I mean, I just hope we continue to push this stuff out, and I hope we continue to really change what's happening because it's there for you. The opportunity's there. All right. Thank you for tuning in. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.